Welcome, day 19 of the Michelle Troconis trial. Here we go. Sorry I woke up. I didn't hear my alarm clock. I'm an hour late and I'm sorry.
No to this. Okay. And may I just have this to smart for ID as well?
Yes.
I'm prepared to proceed, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. We can bring the jury in, please. Will counsel stipulate, please?
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We continue with the state's case.
Good morning, Mr. Gimini. Good morning. Mr. Gimini, where we left off yesterday, you had given the seats that were in your Tacoma Ford Focus seats to Sergeant Al Bisson. Do you remember that testimony? Yes. I want to show you some photographs if I could. Judge, I have a disc here, which has been pre-marked for identification as State's Exhibit 126. I provided a copy to Attorney Schoenhorn. I believe he does not have an objection, so I would formally move this disc into evidence. That's correct.
Thank you. 126 admitted as full, states 126.
Yes, sir. Judge, within States 126, there's a folder entitled Toyota Tacoma. And there's a photograph entitled 335 Tacoma seats. Mr. Gumeni, do you see what's shown in that particular image? Yes. And can you just tell the jury what's shown in this image?
Those are those two seats that I removed from my Toyota Tacoma.
And can you indicate for the jury there appear to be two seats within the image? Can you indicate for the jury which one was the driver's seat and which one was the passenger seat? If you have to stand up, that's fine.
Do you have pictures from a different angle?
We can get them for you, yes, but not currently.
No. I mean, the only way I could tell,
Well, I'm going to object as non-responsive, Your Honor.
Well, the last comment from the state was we can get them, but right now we cannot get those other photos. And the witness was about to say the only way he could tell, And it may be that the witness was about to say the only way he could tell is if there's another angle or another photo showing a different angle. So the objection is overruled.
You can finish your answer, Mr. Committee.
I could tell by where the seat belt attachment is on which side of the seat. They're always on the center console side. So if you have a picture from a little different angle.
All right, we'll see what we can do. Now, your recollection, though, was that you believe you took the cover off the driver's seat. Is that correct? And if we could just X out of this photo and pull up the other photograph within this folder. Mr. Gumini, what is that?
That looks like my 2001 Tacoma.
And how do you know it's your 2001 Tacoma?
The color, the type of the truck, and the most noticeable thing is the snowplow mount.
And I'm just going to ask if you could stand up and just show the jury the snowplow mount that you speak of. Okay, so I just want the record to reflect, Mr. Gumini, you just with your left index finger pointed to an area just below the license plate in the photograph, and your finger went from right to left along the center of the photograph underneath. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you pointed out an additional item above that particular item to the right of the license plate in this photo. What is that?
That's a wiring harness that controls the plow.
Did your Toyota Tacoma also have chrome running boards?
Yes.
And where were they located on the vehicle?
Underneath the driver and passenger side doors.
Mr. Gumini, you mentioned yesterday on direct examination that you went with Mr. Doulos to 80 Mountain Spring Road as he was driving your Tacoma there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that you don't recall the exact date of that?
Yes,
How many times did you do that with Mr. Doulos?
just one.
Judge, I'm going to ask that we pull up in the photograph or in the folder entitled States Exhibit 81. There's a photograph 77 Mountain Spring Road surveillance 5/23/19. And within there is a clip entitled 23/4:57 p.m. Just going to ask if we can play that. And Mr. Gumini, can you look at the clip behind you? Mr. Gumini, did you recognize any of the vehicles in that clip?
Yes, this is my Tacoma and Doulos is Ford Raptor.
And who was driving the Tacoma in this footage?
Ford is Doulos.
And who was driving the Raptor?
I did
And where did the two of you go?
to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And just so the record is clear, both vehicles make a left off of Mountain Spring Road into the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you indicated that Mr. Doulos backed in to 80 Mountain Spring Road. Is that-
He like pulled in and turned around, so the truck was ready to leave.
How long were you at 80 Mountain Spring Road for with Mr. Doulos during that trip?
We left the truck and we went back.
And Judge, I should have indicated this, but the record should reflect that the timestamp on this video is a day and 10 minutes fast. So this is actually May 23rd, 2019 at 4:57 p.m. and 34 seconds.
Thank you.
So I'd like to play another clip for you if I could. And just for the record, the clip is in that same folder entitled 23/501 PM 77 MSR. I'm just going to ask that you watch that clip.
That's what it looks like.
Okay, so just gonna, if the record could reflect that the actual time is May 23rd, 2019 at 5:00 PM and 45 seconds. Mr. Committee, did you recognize any vehicles in that clip?
Yes, the black Ford Raptor.
And would this have been after the Tacoma was dropped off?
Yes,
Do you recall who was driving the Raptor at this point?
I don't.
If I could have a state's exhibit. For the record, I'm holding State's Exhibit 88, which has already been admitted into evidence.
I can't hear now.
I'm sorry, Aaron, if I could just have one moment. Mr. Gumini, were you driving your Toyota Tacoma on the morning of May 24th, 2019?
No,
As far as you knew, where was your Toyota Tacoma located?
at 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Now, I want you to just look at this photograph behind you. Does this vehicle appear to be consistent with your Toyota Tacoma?
Yes, the crawling boards look like the rims.
And there appears to be an object in the bed of the vehicle. Did you, when you dropped your Toyota Tacoma off at Fort Jefferson Crossing, in other words, the last time you had possessed it prior to taking it back on the 24th, was there anything in the bed of your vehicle?
Other than like bungee cords and tie down straps that I use for tie down dirt bike. They
So
should not be.
Nothing that resembled this object here, correct?
No,
Okay, and just for the record, I'm pointing to an object in the bed of the vehicle at this point. Turning 88. Just if you show me how to do it.
If you can photo.
You can leave it off because I'm going to use it again.
Yeah, blocks the film. So you want to go back to the computer, which is 4.
Mr. Gumini, you also indicated that you stopped at a gas station on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Yes,
Which gas station did you stop at?
I believe the name it's Babu Mobile or something like that. It's across the street from Yukon,
What vehicle were you driving when you stopped at the gas station?
Ford Raptor
And how did you pay for the gas?
with American Express.
Who's American Express card?
It belonged to Ford Group, but it was under my name.
And so because this was a business expense, did you hang on to the receipt?
Yes,
And I'm displaying within States Exhibit 126, there is a image entitled Babu Mobile Receipt 52419. Mr. Gumeni, is this a photograph of the receipt that you got from the mobile gas station on May 24th, 2019?
yes.
And could you indicate for the jury how many gallons were purchased?
It looks like 22.6.
And is that more gallons than the Toyota Tacoma can take?
Yes, Toyota Tacoma dry empty tank won't take more than 17 gallons, if I'm not mistaken.
You testified yesterday on direct examination that after getting to 4 Jefferson Crossing in the afternoon on the 24th, you went to 585 Deer Cliff to pick up a 2x10 plank for your dirt bike before you went to 80 Mountain. Do you recall that?
Yes,
I have here what has been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 125. This is a still shot from residential surveillance footage, Your Honor. I showed it to Attorney Sean. No objection.
No objection.
I move it in, Your Honor.
Stage 125 admitted as full.
Mr. Gumini, I'm just going to ask that you look at this photograph. The timestamp indicates May 25th, 2019 at 5:08 and 54 seconds PM. The actual time is May 24th, 2019 at 4:58 and 54 seconds PM. And I'm just going to ask if you can look at this still shot and tell us what you see in the still shot with respect to any vehicles.
it looks like a Ford Raptor that I was driving that day, with, looks like a 2x10 sticking out of back cargo area.
Judge, because of the small nature of this photograph, is it all right if I publish this to the jury by just passing it around? And just for the record, Mr. Gumini, can you point out where the object is, the plank?
It's right on the back of the truck.
Thank you, sir. Attorney 125. clerk. And can you just tell us again why you took the plank to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I took the plank, because I just wanted to load the dirt bike on the back of try to load the dirt bike on the back of the Raptor. And as I was leaving 585 Deer Cliff, I thought of stopping by 80 Mountain Spring to see if the key is in my truck or Doulas might be there.
Going to show some additional residential surveillance footage at this time. Within States Exhibit 126, there's a folder entitled States Exhibit 81. And we're going to open the folder entitled 77 Mountain Spring Road Surveillance Footage 5/24/19. And we're going to begin with the first clip, which is 24/16/58 p.m. I'm going to ask that you turn around and just watch this clip. Mr. Gomini, what was shown in that clip?
It looks like me driving the Raptor to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
And approximately how long were you at 80 Mountain Spring Road the first time when you walked around the property with Mr. Doulos?
Can't recall it exactly. I want to say around 10 minutes.
And as you were leaving, did Mr. Doulos and the defendant leave also?
I'm assuming. I don't remember seeing them in the mirror following me on the road.
And do you know what vehicles they were driving?
There was white Jeep Cherokee and black Suburban.
Just going to play another clip. The next clip is entitled 24/17/02 p.m. We can pause it there. You pause the video, Your Honor, at 19 seconds. Mr. Gumini, can you just indicate to the jury what we just saw?
Looks like it's me in the Raptor leaving 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Okay, if we can continue to play the clip. We can pause it there. Mr. Gumini, I believe you indicated that there was a white Cherokee and a black Suburban at 80 Mountain. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did those appear to be depicted in this particular clip that we've now paused at
Yes.
40 seconds?
Yes.
Okay, we can keep playing. Incidentally, in that particular clip, the vehicles are heading left on the screen. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that headed back towards 4 Jefferson Crossing and 585 Deercliff Road?
That's correct.
I want to open up another folder if I could. And if we can open up the folder entitled Photos of 80 Mountain Spring Road. And specifically the second file, the 80 Mountain Spring Road aerial view. Mr. Gumini, I'm just going to ask that you look at aerial view photograph and tell me if you recognize the area?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell the jury what area this is?
Property to the right of the main road, it's 18 Mountain Spring Road. And
And sorry, go ahead.
the property to the left, it's 77 Mountain Spring Road.
And can you just stand up and indicate to the jury, when you first encountered Mr. Doulos and the defendant on this property on May 24th, 2019, where you drove and where everybody was? Can you just stand up and show them?
So I came down this road, and I drove in here, and I went through.
Okay, so I just want the record to reflect that your right index
I'm
finger.
sorry, could the, Mr. McGinnis stand so I'm able to see? He's blocking my view, please. Thank you.
I just want the record to reflect that your right index finger went down on the photograph on 80 Mountain Spring Road until you reached the driveway of 80 Mountain Spring Road. And then you took your index finger and you brought it up the driveway. Is that correct?
Yes.
And can you just point out to the jury where the vehicles were parked in this particular photograph? And you're indicating with your right pinky finger the area located behind the house that appears to be a driveway, is that correct?
Yes.
Approximately how far from the road is this particular area that you just pointed to?
I want to say 300 feet.
If you're standing on the road, can you see the back of the house?
The back of the garages.
Yeah, the back of the garages. If you're standing in front of 80 Mountain Spring Road, can you see the back? You cannot, correct? Thank you, sir. And just going to pull up the next photograph in that folder entitled 80 Mountain Spring Road Garage View. Mr. Gumeni, could you just indicate for the jury while you're standing there, perhaps where the vehicles were parked if they're shown in this photograph and where Mr. Doulos and the defendant were standing when you first arrived?
So the other home was parked somewhere in here.
And you're making a circular motion with your right pinky finger in the bottom right-hand corner of the photograph, correct?
Yes. The Raptor was parked somewhere in here.
You're making a circular motion in the right center of the photograph, is that correct?
Yes.
At the bottom? Okay.
I believe the Chevy Suburban was parked here and then the Jeep was.
Okay, so you're indicating that the Chevy Suburban was parked in front of the center bay of the garage, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where was the Jeep parked?
It was kind of like turning behind the home.
Thank you, sir. You can have a seat. And I believe you indicated that at some point you and Mr. Doulos returned to 80 Mountain Spring Road, is that correct?
Yes.
Which vehicle did you return in?
And the Raptor.
I'm just going to place some additional residential surveillance footage. From folder states 81, subfolder 52419. And I think that's it. Playing 17:14 p.m. So again, I've neglected to do this a couple of times, but again, the date timestamp is a day and 10 minutes fast. Mr. Gumeni, what was shown in that particular clip?
It looks like me and Doulos driving back to 8 Mountain Spring Road.
And I believe you indicated that this is when you were told by Mr. Doulos that the defendant had the keys to your Tacoma, correct?
Yes.
And You indicated that the defendant returned to 80 Mountain Spring Road.
Correct.
Do you recall which vehicle she returned in?
Can you repeat that?
Do you recall which vehicle she returned in?
Your Honor, this has all been asked and answered yesterday.
What's foundational for the clip that I'm going to play, Judge?
Well, quite frankly, the routes taken between 4 Jefferson Crossing, 80 Mountain Spring Road, 585 Deerfield are not easy to remember. So even if those routes were mentioned yesterday, the court is going to allow it.
So my question was, do you recall which vehicle she arrived in?
I don't.
Just going to play the next clip, which is a clip entitled 77 MSR 52419, 523, 50 seconds PM through 524 and 13 seconds PM. Mr. Gumay, did you recognize any vehicles in that clip?
Yes, it looks like black Suburban
How do you know that?
that belongs to Doulos. I recognize the Turo box on top of the car.
Does that refresh your memory at all as to what vehicle she arrived in?
It must be that, but I didn't see her driving it.
And I'm just going to play a clip now. All three of you then left the property again. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is 77 MSR 52419, 53700 through 53815. Mr. Gumini, can you just tell us what was shown in that clip?
It looks like the black Suburban left the property, followed by red Tacoma and black Raptor.
Who was driving the Tacoma at this point?
I did.
You also testified yesterday that at a certain point you loaded your dirt bike onto the bed of your Tacoma. Is that correct?
Yes.
And where did you do that?
At 585 Deckers.
Opening a folder entitled States Exhibit 123. This is a still shot entitled 52419 at 175739. if we could just zoom towards the vehicle. Mr. Gumini, I'm going to ask that you stand up. Do you recognize the vehicle in this still shot?
Yes,
And can you just tell the jury whose vehicle this is?
it looks like my Toyota Tacoma,
And do you recognize anything in the bed of the Tacoma?
the dirt bike, and the 2x10.
And did the dirt bike take up a substantial amount of room in the bed of your vehicle?
Yes,
Did you know that this surveillance footage existed?
no,
You could have a seat, Mr. Gumini. And if I could just have a moment, Ron?
yes.
May I have an exhibit marked for identification?
Yes.
Showing Attorney Schoenhorn was marked for identification of States Exhibit 127. I think this can come in absent objection. Your Honor, states 127.
States 127 admitted as full.
Mr. Gumini, do you recall being asked questions in August of 2019 about a bicycle that Mr. Dulos owned?
Yes,
And do you recall being shown photographs of the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing that were taken after May 24th, 2019?
I believe so, yes.
Just going to hand you what's been entered into evidence as States Exhibit 127. I ask that you just familiarize yourself with that. Where would Mr. You had mentioned that Mr. Dulos had an older French model bicycle, correct?
Yes,
Where would he ordinarily keep that bicycle?
I remember it was hanging on one of the hooks in the garage. I'm not sure which one it was.
Do you see it in this photo?
Could it be the one up on the top?
Do you remember being shown this photograph previously and indicating it was not in the photo?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
You've previously been shown that photograph by police, correct?
Yes,
And did you tell them that the bicycle, the French model bicycle, was not in that particular photograph?
yes.
Just going to publish this. Yeah. Power's on. You know, Judge, I'm not gonna belabor this point. I have nothing further.
Good to show an order.
Mr. Gumieni, let's begin with what was talked about yesterday. You were given in December of this past year, so like a month and a half ago, written immunity from prosecution, correct?
Yes.
And this was something that was negotiated between you, your lawyer, and the current state's attorney, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
You were involved in the decision to give you immunity, correct?
Yes,
You understand that immunity means you can't be prosecuted for anything that you did which might have been a crime, correct?
yes,
And it was signed, this exhibit 124, which was entered yesterday, was signed by the state's attorney for this judicial district, correct?
yes,
But you also were under the understanding that there was, as it says here, a verbal oral immunity that was given to you by the former state's attorney, correct?
yes,
And it says right here that your lawyer, that's Lindy Urzo, correct? Right?
correct.
Informed the state's attorney's office of his belief that Pavel Gumieni had relied on representations made on or about June 2019 by Richard Colangelo Jr., then state's attorney for the Judicial District of Stamford, Norwalk, that Pavel Gumieni may not be charged with the crime of hindering prosecution if he cooperated with the investigation and prosecution of others in connection with the disappearance, et cetera, of Jennifer Doulos, correct?
Correct.
And that was your understanding when you were talking to the police in June of 2019, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes. What I just read to you was your understanding back in June of 2019, correct?
Well, I'm gonna object, Your Honor. I think we need a tighter time frame than just June of 2019.
So all it says is June 2019. How can it be more time specific than that?
Well, the question that would appear to be the most clear is at the time you entered into the, or were told that you would be granted immunity, what was your understanding? That would appear to be the clearer question, but you may ask your question again, Attorney.
Sure. I just read you what was in this agreement issued by the state's attorney, correct?
Correct.
It was that your understanding when you were talking to the police back in June of 2019.
Yeah, it was just not written down. So when I spoke with my attorney, he told me it's a verbal agreement. It's not nothing
Nothing in writing.
in writing. So it could be,
But you were told that that would count. It's verbal though, right?
yes.
When you yesterday testified about comments that you recall having and hearing from my client, Michelle Troconis, one after the disappearance and one before, the first time you mentioned that to the state's attorney's office was in January of 2024, correct?
Correct.
That was after the written grant of immunity had been given to you, correct?
Correct.
Now, did this revelation about these conversations didn't suddenly come to you, did they, in around Christmas of this year, this past Christmas? They didn't just suddenly come to your mind that you had
Just
forgotten
gonna
to mention
object,
it,
Your
did
Honor.
you?
Compound, argumentative.
Well, this is cross-examination. So the question is essentially,
I'll rephrase it, Your Honor. So this didn't just come to you after close to 5 years, did it?
He did.
You hadn't remembered it for almost 5 years and then remembered it after this agreement was granted in December, correct?
I met with the prosecutors sometimes around that time, and they asked me if there's anything else that comes to your memory.
Yeah. And you didn't tell him it then, did you?
No, I didn't.
No. You got a call after your lawyer called the state's attorney's office to tell them, oh, you had something you wanted to add. Isn't that correct? Right after the New Year's?
I don't recall if it was right after the New Year's, but yes,
January 4th? Does that sound about right?
yes.
And as I understand your statement, and I want to get this correct. You didn't give this most recent statement recorded, right? They didn't videotape that or audio tape it, did they?
No,
You didn't give it to them in writing either, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
But as I understand your statement, let's talk about the statement after Jennifer Doulos' disappearance. This conversation occurred on the Tuesday after the first day back to work, correct?
Yes,
And this would be the same day that Mr. Doulos trying to get you to write out where you were on that Friday, correct?
correct.
And at some point, as I understand your testimony yesterday, you said that Ms. Troconis was looking for a wheelbarrow to move firewood, correct?
Correct.
So I just want to be clear, had you helped her move firewood before to the porch, to the house?
I don't recall it.
You know that they would use the fireplace, correct?
Yes,
And that there was firewood that would be stacked up on that outside back porch?
I don't recall it.
Well, you said that you were taking firewood from a shed,
Yes,
right? Did you ever help gather any of that firewood?
that was the first time I helped Michelle.
The first time you helped Michelle, but had you helped put firewood in that shed before?
In the shed?
Yeah.
Yes,
Because that was the firewood that was used in the fireplace in the house, correct?
I believe so.
And this would be while you were getting the wheelbarrow or while you were getting the firewood that you had this conversation?
What do you mean by this?
The one about after the disappearance, where you testified yesterday about the firewood and the wheelbarrow. Was it getting the firewood itself or just getting the wheelbarrow to put firewood in?
He was getting the firewood from the woodshed and putting it on the back porch.
And she was with you at this point, right?
Yes,
And you testified she was upset, correct? She was very upset, right?
yes,
And she was telling you that her face and her daughter's face was all over the internet, correct?
Correct.
Her daughter was 12 years old at the time, right?
I believe so. Yeah.
And there they were being connected to the disappearance of Mrs. Doulos, correct?
Correct.
By all this internet stuff, correct?
Correct.
And she was upset about that, right?
Yes.
Right?
Yes,
And you knew there was a lot of publicity about this, right?
yes,
In fact, you had searched a lot of it online over the weekend, correct?
correct.
You told the police you had been looking at all the news stories about it, right?
I don't recall telling them, but.
But you at least tell us today, you did search and see all these stories about it, right? And trying to connect at that point, Fotis Doulos to the disappearance, right?
At that point, no.
Well, it was mentioning him about the divorce and everything, wasn't it?
Wait, I object to the question. I thought he was asking Mr. Gumini whether or not Mr. Gumini was trying to make a connection. Is he
Well,
talking
the
about?
court
that?
understands-
Oh, if I
Well,
thought
the
that.
court understands the question to be, what did you read from those news reports?
Yes.
I don't recall it at that time, over that weekend, what was on the news already.
The point being that both Mr. Doulos's name and my client's name were being connected to stories about the disappearance, correct?
Possible.
And she was upset about the fact, particularly that her daughter was being blasted on the social media and the internet, correct?
I didn't see her daughter on the media, but that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And what she said to you was, you told this to the inspectors last month, was that she is, that let's put the profanity aside for a minute, but referring to Ms. Doulos, that she was playing games, right?
Yes,
Correct? She said she is playing games, right? Her picture and my picture on the internet, right?
yes,
And then she said, I'm going to kill that bee when she turns up. Isn't that what she said to you?
yes.
And you thought the same thing at that time, didn't you?
Just going to object, Your Honor, relevance.
Well, the question is a bit confusing. You thought the same thing about what?
I'll rephrase. You thought she might turn up, Ms. Doulos, didn't you, at that point?
Yes,
You believed Mr. Doulos when he had said that, she may have just disappeared and run away, correct?
yes,
And he told you she had done it before, right?
yes,
And I take it also, though, that based on your testimony from yesterday, you had at least a friendly relationship with Mrs. Doulos, particularly when she was living in Farmington, correct?
Correct.
You actually helped her, according to your testimony, move her stuff down, you said, to Pound Ridge, right?
correct.
And for the record, where is Pound Ridge?
I'm not sure. I think it's New York.
But it's near Fairfield County, right? It's over the border somewhere.
I don't recall it.
Did you actually physically move her belongings to a house at Pound Ridge
Yes,
in your truck?
don't remember which vehicle.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember which vehicle.
All right. But you made multiple trips for her, didn't you?
Correct,
When she was moving out of the house, you were moving things down to a house she either owned or was renting in Pound Ridge, New York, right?
that was house that was, yeah, that her family owned.
Or it was a family-owned house? Okay, that's correct?
Correct.
You didn't tell Mr. Doulos that you were helping Jennifer Doulos move, did you?
No,
You wanted to keep that kind of confidential, I think.
I don't recall it.
Now, the other thing that you said is around Greek Easter. There was an incident involving a conversation you had with Michelle Troconis around the illness of the dog, right?
Right.
Now, I just want to be clear about one thing. Mr. Doulos was very upset about his dog getting very, very ill, right?
Correct.
This was a Labrador Golden Lab that had been owned by the family for many years, correct?
Correct.
You probably, I don't know if you know, but did you know the dog the entire time you worked for Mr. Doulos?
Can you explain the question?
Yeah, had you seen the dog at the house the entire time you were working for the Ford Group?
Yes.
And was the dog there when the children were little?
Yes.
Was it a friendly dog?
Very.
Did you ever play with it or pet it or anything?
It was always sitting under my desk in the office.
It was always in the office.
Yes.
So even after Mrs. Doulos moved out, that dog was kind of attached to Mr. Doulos and the staff, right?
Yes.
Did you ever walk the dog or go out and play with it?
Possible.
And you saw that it was getting sick, right?
Yes.
Now, I want to be clear about one thing. You're the one that took, the name of the dog was Beckham, right?
Correct.
And the reason that you took Beckham to the vet, correct?
Correct.
Because there was, whatever was wrong, they needed to do blood work and stuff, right?
I don't remember what was wrong, but I did take him to the vet.
Do you recall, though, that you went with Miss Troconis's father, Carlos, to the vet?
I don't recall it.
You don't recall having a conversation with Fotis that because Carlos was a doctor, it might be better for him to accompany you to the vet? He would learn more, know more. Does that ring a bell?
I don't recall that.
You don't recall that. Okay. In any event, were you in the room when the vet said that, the dog is dying and something needs to be done?
Was I in the room?
When the veterinarian said that?
I don't recall it.
You had a conversation, though, with Mr. Doulos about the fact they had to now euthanize the dog. You know what that means?
Yes.
You were so you know what it means. So my next question is, were you in the conversation with Mr. Doulos when he said he had to euthanize the dog?
At Fort Jefferson, not at the vet.
Oh, no, back at Fort Jefferson, right?
Yes.
And he was very upset about that, wasn't he?
Very sad.
And what you said yesterday is, as I understood it, is Mr. Doulos wanted to allow the children to see their dog one more time before it had to be put to sleep, correct?
Correct.
And he was upset because his wife said no, right?
Yes.
Your testimony from yesterday also, as I understand it, was that when he said that and he talked about how upset he was, you said that my client said something with profanity that she should be, I want to get it correct here. That bitch should be buried next to the dog. That's your testimony, right?
Correct.
And you said that it was an effort, you saw it as an effort for Miss Troconis to cheer up Fotis, right?
That's how I understood.
So like as a joke, right? A sick joke, but still a joke, right?
I wouldn't call it a joke, but yeah.
Well, you're cheering somebody up with some humor, right?
Not that kind of humor, but yeah.
Okay. Now, it's your testimony that she used the profanity in this conversation. Is your testimony that Michelle often used profanity, swear words in English in her conversations around you?
I don't recall it.
Ever before, right?
She might, but I don't recall it.
Okay. So sometime over the weekend of Memorial Day, you found out that Jennifer was missing, right?
Yes,
And that was on the weekend, that would have been on the Sunday, I believe you testified, you found it out?
believe so, yes.
And you received a phone call from Fotis Doulos in the afternoon where he told you that his wife was missing, correct? But you also had a conversation that you would not be back to work until Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
On that Sunday is when you started searching about the missing wife of Fotis Doulos, isn't that correct?
I don't recall it. But if it's in my phone search history, I don't deny it.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking is the police, in fact, in one of the interviews said to you that they had your phone data, correct?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sure. The police in one of their interviews in June or July of 2019 told you that after they seized your phone, they were downloading the data from it. Isn't that right?
Yes,
And one of the things that they told you was that you were searching about the disappearance. Does that ring a bell?
possible, yes.
So it was at least something of interest to you to see how much news media coverage there was, right?
I wouldn't say how much news coverage was it. Like, I could have seen it on TV or something and started researching it.
You were curious about the investigation, weren't you?
I was curious about what's going on.
But as you said multiple times yesterday, you were certain that at that time that Fotis Doulos had nothing to do with it, right?
Right.
And I also just want to be clear, you weren't sure which day you saw my client and Mr. Doulos in the kitchen. Remember testifying yesterday about Mr. Doulos wanting to write down where you were on Friday? Remember that?
Object misstates the testimony, Judge.
Well, of course, what was said yesterday is not as fresh as what is said today. So the court is going to allow the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you remember testifying yesterday that there was a time when you went into the kitchen after Memorial Day and you saw Fotis Doulos and my client there?
Yes,
Mr. Doulos at that time had told you that the police had taken his phone away the previous Saturday, right?
he didn't tell me when, but he told me that his phone was taken away, yes.
And that's why he asked if he could look through your phone to see what time you had called him and what time you had texted him and things like that, right?
He asked me, yes, he asked me if I was calling him, and then I started looking in the phone, and he asked me if he can see my phone.
And you, according to what you told the police, it was to see if the times could be defined, correct? Pinpointed.
Possible.
This also was not the day that your Tacoma was brought to the car wash, correct?
I'm not sure if that was the same day in the afternoon. You're talking about Tuesday now, right?
Yeah.
Or the next day?
Well, that's what I'm asking. It wasn't the time when you came back and saw that your car in the afternoon had been washed and cleaned was not the same day as this conversation in the kitchen about the writing down what you did on Friday and looking at your phone, correct?
I'm not sure if that was the same day or not.
You went down to New Canaan that Tuesday?
I don't
Which
recall.
Tuesday?
The day after Memorial Day?
I don't recall it.
Didn't you say yesterday that when you stopped into the office before going down to New Canaan?
Yes.
All right, so that refreshes your
Yes,
recollection from
yes,
yesterday, right?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And you were down in New Canaan that Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, with which vehicle?
I believe white Jeep Cherokee.
You had had your Tacoma all weekend long, right?
Correct.
We just saw minutes ago an image of your Tacoma with the, you called it the dirt bike in the back of that vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to be clear about this. You keep calling this a dirt bike, but it was actually a motocross motorcycle, right?
This is what it's called among dirt bike riders. This is what it's called. It's called dirt bike.
All right. But this is a registered motor vehicle, correct?
Yeah,
You didn't register it though, did you?
no,
In fact, you were supposed to pay Mr. Troconis to buy that motorcycle, isn't that right?
No.
You were not.
I paid Mr. Doulas for that motorcycle.
You knew it was my client's motorcycle though, didn't you?
Yes,
You never paid her anything, right?
correct.
You never got any title for it, did you?
Yes, correct.
That's correct, right? And in fact, after Mr. Troconis had to move out of Fort Jefferson Crossing, she asked for it back, right?
I don't recall when she asked for it back.
Well, it was after I was her lawyer, wasn't it?
Yes,
Because you remember meeting me to return the bike at a parking lot in Avon, correct?
I didn't meet you. I saw you.
Okay. How long did this interaction with Mr. Doulos in the kitchen take place before you went down to New Canaan on that Tuesday after Memorial Day?
I don't recall it.
An hour?
Possible.
As you already testified, you didn't need to keep track of your time, did you?
Yes,
I'm correct about that? You didn't
Yes.
have to, you didn't punch a clock, right?
correct.
You didn't have to write down your hours, right?
Correct.
So you came and went, as long as the job got done, Doulos was happy, and the Ford Group got its projects done on time, right?
Correct.
You testified that Mr. Doulos was trying to get you to write down what you did on Friday, but you said, I know what I did. I don't need to write it down. Remember saying that?
Not exact the words that you said, but
Well, I'm paraphrasing. I'm not using your exact words. I would have to order a transcript, but am I correct that that was the scenario? Yes, what you said yesterday?
correct.
Which, and Mr. Doulos was being kind of pushy about it, right?
I believe he said that was a suggestion of his lawyer.
Okay, well, let's get into it. You knew he had more than one lawyer, right?
At that time, I didn't know he had any lawyers. I mean, that was the first time I heard that he has a lawyer.
Well, didn't you testify that whenever he was meeting with his lawyer, that that he would ask that, you not come in, or that you do this, that he meet privately with the lawyer?
That was divorce lawyer, I believe.
That's the divorce lawyer. But did you also know that the Farber family, that is Jennifer's family, was suing the Ford Group?
I don't recall if I knew about that at that time.
You did not know.
I don't recall it.
Okay. So all you knew was that he was meeting with a lawyer, right?
But if he told me divorce lawyer,
That's what you believe. Did you know who Kent Mawhinney was?
I never met Ken Moe.
Do you know who he was?
Do I know now who he was?
No. Did you know then who he was?
I don't believe so, no. I never met Ken Moe.
So you didn't know Mr. Mawhinney was one of Mr. Doulis's lawyers back
I remember prior to 2016, when I was applying for my green card, he mentioned someone to me, but I'm not sure if that was Kent Moe. He mentioned some lawyer that he was helping him or his mom with obtaining legal status in this country. So it's possible that's when I heard of Kent Moe.
all of these conversations that we're now talking about, this was before you replaced the seats in your Tacoma, right?
Correct.
And it was before Mr. Doulos asked you to replace those seats, isn't it? True.
It is.
About 11:15, we'll stand in our morning recess. Ladies and gentlemen, please do not discuss the case.
Is that screen on? Right, before we put on the monitor, I'm just going to show you an image and tell me if you recognize that. This was from exhibit Y for identification. Would you just look at that image, please? It's not for the screen yet. It was just for the, it has been offered as a full, yeah, okay. Do you recognize that to be Beckham?
I don't see it.
Oh, I thought, oh, it's another one.
Is the screen on in front of him?
Is this screen on?
It was, and
Oh, it just shut them both off.
Right.
You just have to hit the button on the bottom.
On the bottom?
I can do it. That may just. The remote handles that one. It won't be on our screen.
I think you gotta do one more time.
All right, since the only screen that's on is this one, I'm going to stand here. You recognize that to be Beckham?
It looks like it, yes.
And you see, and does that fairly and accurately look the way he looked at the end of April of 2019 after he just come back from the vet?
I don't recall seeing him when he came back from the vet.
Didn't you bring him back? You have a bandage on his arm?
I don't recall that, no.
You do not.
Must be someone else who brought him back.
But do you recognize that to be Beckham? You can't tell that one golden
It's a,
retriever.
it's a golden retriever. It looks like it, but
Does look like Beckham, right? Right. And that would be what he would look like at the end of April 2019, around the time you brought him to the vet?
possible.
All right. I'd offer that image, Your Honor.
I object to the image on relevance grounds, Judge, and also the fact that it hasn't been authenticated as the dog.
Well, relevance.
The relevance is that it does show that the dog had been at the vet, it's bandaged, it had blood work done. That's the purpose of this.
Well, that's a fact, but of course, relevant evidence is evidence that has any tendency to make a material fact more likely or less likely than it would be without the evidence. So what's the material fact for which this offer is made?
The fact that there might have been animal blood in the Suburban when this dog was brought in the other Suburban, that is the one from Mr. Doulos, the dog was taken.
Do you wish to respond, counsel?
Animal blood in the Suburban?
Well, that's the claim on relevance. Do you wish to be heard?
Yeah, I object on relevance grounds. There's absolutely no nexus between that event and also animal blood that comes back as a profile to Jennifer Doulos. I don't see how this is relevant at all. And with respect to the Suburban, which Suburban are we referring to?
The 2015 Suburban, for which there was zero evidence of Jennifer Doulos.
Well, this is now an effort to waft into the jury box either evidence that has been admitted or evidence that has yet to be adduced. So if the objection is relevant, the court is not certain in which vehicle the animal was transported to the vet.
I will lay that foundation.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Gumieni, Beckham was taken to the vet in Fotis Doulos' Suburban, wasn't he?
I'm not sure if that was Suburban or the Jeep.
Well, the Jeep was newer, right?
What do you mean newer?
The Jeep was in better condition, a newer vehicle, right?
Possibly, yes.
So it's your testimony that you don't recall that you brought the dog to the vet in the Suburban because it was a larger vehicle.
I'm not sure what vehicle that I brought them to.
So you're not disputing the fact that you used the Suburban, right?
I'm not disputing them.
You drove, I believe you testified, you drove any of the vehicles that belong to the Ford Group, right?
Yes,
On any given day, right?
very, very rarely the Suburban.
But you preferred the Jeep is what you said, right?
Yes,
But you drove the Raptor, right?
yes,
And you also drove the Suburban, right?
not work related. And it was only driving Jennifer to airport, photos to airport and
Bringing the
kids.
dog maybe to the vet?
I don't deny it, possibly.
Okay, I would offer it again, Your Honor.
Well, Judge, I object. First of all, there's still no evidence that this is in fact Beckham the dog, number one. Number two, there's no evidence that Beckham the dog was actually transported in the particular vehicle, apparently, which Mr. Schoenhorst is trying to make the connection to. Number three, there's no evidence where Beckham was in the vehicle. Number four, there is no evidence that Beckham bled in the vehicle. I just don't see the relevance of this at all, quite frankly,
Well,
at this point.
the issue is not at this point whether the state considers certain evidence strong or weak. If the testimony from the witness is that he can't remember whether he transported the dog in the Suburban or any other vehicle, he said he did not deny that it could have been the Suburban, and that there was a possibility of animal blood being in the Suburban. Court is going to overrule the objection.
Could you now, is the large screen on? The screen is still on.
It's on.
Oh, it is? So you said that this conversation took place around Greek Easter, correct?
Which conversation?
The conversation with Michelle about Beckham took place around Greek Easter, correct?
That's what I said, yes.
And Greek Easter was in 2019 was just around April 27th, wasn't it?
I don't recall it when the Greek Easter was, but
Greek Easter is a different,
if this is what it says on the calendar, then
it's different than, let's say, regular Easter, right? The Catholic Easter, right?
yes,
Yes?
yes.
All right. Do you remember Beckham coming back from the vet before he was having to be put down?
I don't. The last time I saw Beckham was when I left him at the bed.
Well, when Mr. Doulos told you how upset he was that the children wouldn't get to see the dog before he was euthanized, wasn't Beckham still alive?
He was.
And he was very sick, though. right?
Objection, Judge. May he finish
Well-
his answer?
Well, the witness was not given an opportunity.
Very well. You have
My
more to say.
understanding at that time was that the Beckham was still at the vet.
He was still at the vet and not brought back to the house?
My understanding was at that time, yes.
But you knew that the dog was going to be euthanized, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about your working for the Ford Group. You said you started working for the Ford Group full-time since 2016, correct?
On the books, yes.
Well, when you say on the book, so before that you were working what, under the table? Is that what that means?
As a subcontractor.
As a subcontractor. You were being paid as a, well, I guess you'd call it 1099 employee?
Correct.
You also said that before that you were working at another building company doing framing, right?
Correct.
You also talked about when you got your green card, and you were talking about that yesterday, correct?
Correct.
So based on your math, you were working before you got your green card, isn't that true?
True.
But you had known Fotis Doulos for several years, even prior to working for him as a contract employee under a 1099 form, right?
Correct.
I think you said that you knew him since, what, 2004 or 5?
About that time.
That's about right?
Yes.
He was already building homes back then, right?
Yes.
They're kind of his brand, if you will, were kind of luxury, large homes, right?
Correct.
You also did other, I'll call them odd jobs, but maybe chores for Mr. Doulos that were not part of your regular four-group responsibilities, correct?
Can you explain the chores?
Well, you mowed lawns, right?
Yes.
You would sometimes, like you just said, bring firewood up to the house.
I don't recall it, but possible.
You would fix things that broke in the house, sinks and whatnot.
Yes.
And your schedule depended upon the particular project, right?
In which time period are you talking about?
Well, let's talk about 2018 and 2019 while working for the forum.
In 2018 and 2019, I was full-time employee.
Right, I'm talking about your schedule, though. Like when you would come in, when you'd go to the job, how long you stayed, depended on the project, right?
Correct.
And it depended upon what needed to be done at a particular time, right?
Right.
If you needed to meet with a subcontractor installing plumbing or fixtures, you would have to meet that person to let them in, be there while they were doing their work, at least part of the time, correct?
I don't have to be there. Usually I would meet with the contractor with his first day on a job.
After that, you would have to check to make sure it's done.
I was just check on him every now and then.
Your hours were flexible. Is that a fair way to put it?
Yes.
Nobody checked. You didn't have to like write down where you were going at any particular time, right?
Correct.
You also indicated, as I understand it, that you didn't socialize with Fotis Doulos outside of work, correct?
Correct.
But you did go to certain dinner parties and events that took place at Mr. Doulos's home, right?
Right.
In fact, Greek Easter that year, there was a large gathering outside on the porch with what, 15, 20, maybe more people, right?
I don't recall it.
You don't recall sitting out on the,
I recall being there. I don't recall that there was 15 or 20 people.
you don't remember almost all of Michelle Troconis' family had flown from all over the country to be there?
I remember some of them.
And other members of the staff came to that dinner as well?
Yes.
It's also true that Mr. Doulos himself liked to cook. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
You also testified that Mr. Doulos would be in the office many times, correct? While you were there?
Correct.
You worked at the same, was it the same large desk? And you had a different workstation, or did you have a separate desk?
I have a separate desk.
Was it in the same room as the large glass conference table?
No.
Was it in the room, one of the side rooms that was there?
Yes.
But you had your own workspace, correct?
Correct.
And you could let yourself into the office at any time, correct?
Correct.
There was a separate entrance to the four-group offices, right?
Right.
In fact, people would often come in to the office without even having to go through the residence portion of that home, correct?
Most of the time.
You weren't always in that office though, were you?
What do you mean?
It wasn't a desk job, your position as a project manager.
I think it's fair to say that I'd spend more time on the job site than in the office.
Like I said, so you were able to go out, you'd be at the job site, supervise, correct?
Correct.
Sometimes you would run out and buy parts or get something that was needed at the house, right?
What do you mean by the house?
For the job site, you might have to pick up something for the job site yourself, right?
Yes,
That was part of your job, right?
Correct.
And you were responsible for making sure that subcontractors showed up when they were supposed to show up, right?
Correct.
And got the job done when they were supposed to get it done.
Correct.
You talk to Mr. Doulos almost every workday?
as needed.
Well, there would at least be either a text or a communication, verbal or email, almost every day you were working, correct?
I wouldn't say every day. Could have been days without communication.
Mr. Doulos did travel a fair bit, correct?
Travel,
What?
what do you mean by travel?
Travel, like not be in Farmington at the Ford Group, he'd be someplace else.
Yeah,
You knew that you knew that he was big into water skiing, right?
yes,
He was actually competitive in water skiing, wasn't he? He would participate in tournaments, right?
Right.
And he would travel to go to those tournaments, right?
I think it's fair to say that, yeah.
And you've been doing that the whole time that you knew him, right?
At the very beginning, I didn't know about this water skiing.
But when you came to work for him as a full-time employee, you knew, right?
Yeah,
You knew that some of his children also were into competitive water skiing, right?
correct.
And you mentioned the pond, right? You said that yesterday?
Correct.
Had you ever been to the pond?
Yes,
So you knew who Mr. Haynes was, right? The owner of the pond?
yes,
Hutch, they called him Hutch, right?
correct.
You'd met him, right?
Yes,
He was a friend of Mr. Doulos as well?
I believe so, yes.
And I think you were asked if you ever water skied, and I can't remember, you said that wasn't something you liked to do?
Doulos offered me, but
Didn't appeal to you?
not really, no.
They call it a pond, but it's really a lake with a jumping on these ramps, right?
Correct.
When you were in the office, you might be there an entire day without knowing who was in the residence part of the house, correct?
Correct.
It was a big enough house that people could be walking and talking in one of the other rooms in the house portion. You would have no idea whether they were there or not, correct?
Correct.
People park sometimes in the back of the building. That is, you go through the archway to the rear of the house, right?
Yes,
People could park outside on a pavement area behind the house, right?
right.
You also testified that you would put your Tacoma. Well, let me ask you this. Where did you usually park your Tacoma if you were leaving it at 4 Jefferson Crossing?
At the back parking spot.
At some point, you started parking it in the garage, correct?
Correct.
You testified that your truck was leaking oil, right?
Right.
You testified it was also, as I understand it, leaking steering fluid.
That's the same thing.
So the hydraulic line for the steering was leaking, correct?
Correct.
By the way, when people came to the office, would they park in the driveway in the front or would they pull into the back through the archway?
Can you specify what people?
Customers, I mean, people that were coming there for the, to visit the four group offices.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say both
Where?
front and back.
They would park in the front as well as back?
Yes.
Is that, what about employees? Would they park in the front of the garages?
Mainly on the back of the house, yes.
What about real estate agents, realtors?
Mainly on the back of the house.
What about customers? That is, people who are coming maybe to buy one of the houses or look at plans for houses.
Customers would park on front of the house and behind the house.
There weren't any signs that said no parking in front of the garages or anything, were there?
No.
There was also one of these long, shall we say, curved crescent driveways, right?
Correct.
Did any people ever park closer to the front of the house and point their vehicles out back towards Jefferson Crossing on the other side where the garages were?
Possible.
The first time that you spoke to police officers in connection with this case was on May 31st, 2019, right?
That was
That Friday,
after
31st.
Jennifer disappeared.
Sorry?
The Friday after Jennifer disappeared.
The Friday after Jennifer's disappearance. That's the first time you spoke to the police about it, right?
Correct.
You were in the Jeep.
Yes.
You were driving to drop off tools at the office that day, right?
Right.
You said you saw a number of cars there, right?
Correct.
They were all gray, either SUVs or the kind of vehicles that looked like state police cars, weren't they?
I don't recall if they were all gray.
Well, you believe they were police vehicles, correct?
At first sight, I didn't know who was.
You saw people standing in the driveway, correct?
Correct.
Weren't they wearing vests that said police or state police on them?
I don't recall it, no.
You don't recall that. So as I understand you, then you see people are in the driveway, but you're not curious to drive in to see what's going on, right?
Correct.
Total strangers standing around and you just drove past the residence, right?
Right.
Past the office, right?
Yes.
Not even pulling in the second entrance, right?
Correct.
Pulled in to, you said you went all the way down to the end of Jefferson Crossing and there's a dead end cul-de-sac there, right?
Right.
You turned around the cul-de-sac and started coming back, right?
Right.
Now, this was your office space, wasn't it? For Jefferson Crossing?
Right.
You had every right to be there, right?
Right.
So the reason you didn't want to go into that driveway is you did not want to have to talk to the police, correct?
I didn't know if that was the police at that time.
You thought just some random people were standing on the property.
I don't remember what I was thinking 5 years ago.
You didn't see any couples looking to buy that house, did you?
No.
You did stop your car as you were driving back towards Eli Road, didn't you?
Correct.
That's when the police came in the road and told you to stop, right?
Right.
Then you recognized that they were police officers, right?
I believe so.
You're not sure? You just stopped for some random person?
Yes.
Did you roll down the window?
Possible, yes.
You don't know?
Like, it might have been rolled down already.
The Jeep was air conditioned, right?
Right.
And although May 31st was still spring, it was warm enough you could use the air conditioning, right?
Right.
Do you remember that the person who approached you was a detective named Butin?
Correct.
The same one who interviewed you a couple of times that you testified about yesterday, correct?
Correct.
Detective Butin asked you where you were coming from, didn't he?
He did.
You told him you were coming from New Canaan, right?
Right.
You didn't tell him at that point that you were actually over at 585 Deer Cliff, did you? In Avon.
At that time, no.
You didn't tell him you'd been at a junkyard in Southington for a couple of hours, did you?
No.
You didn't tell him you'd been to a second, I don't know if it was a junkyard or used car parts place in Avon?
Not Avon.
What? You did, you what?
Not Avon, no.
What town was the second place in?
I believe Berlin.
Berlin. So you went from Southington down to Berlin, right?
Correct.
So Berlin's even further south from Farmington, isn't it?
Possible.
It's below New Britain, right?
I don't know.
Well, you know what the Berlin Turnpike is, right?
Yes.
Don't you go down and the next town is Meriden?
I don't know. I would have to look on the map.
Fair enough. In any event, you didn't mention that you'd been in Berlin, right?
To the police.
To the police?
No.
No. And you didn't mention that you'd also gone to the AutoZone in either Avon or Canton, wherever it's located, right?
Correct.
And that's on Route 44, right?
Correct.
They did take you out of asked you to step out, right?
Yes.
And they frisked you, right? You said that they asked you if you had any weapons or anything else? They asked about drugs or anything?
I believe so.
All right, but in any event, they frisked you, correct?
Correct.
Did you give them permission to do that or did they just do it anyway?
Just gonna object relevance.
Relevance.
It's within the scope of direct, Your Honor.
Well, whether he gave permission may go to what his state of mind was. But the fact that he was searched or patted down is already in evidence. So what the court is going to do, the court does not know for what reason the question was asked. Because the court does not prepare the case for the defense or the case for the state. But it may, because it may go to his state of mind, court's going to overrule the objection.
Can I answer it?
Sure.
Can you repeat the question, please?
Yes. Did you give them permission at that point to search you?
I don't recall if they asked me.
In any event, after they searched you, Detective Butin suggested that you have been untruthful to him about where you were coming from. Isn't that correct?
I don't recall that.
Didn't he say you're too soaking wet to have just been driving up from New Canaan in an air-conditioned car, or words to that effect?
I believe he said something that I was sweaty, and what was I doing?
Okay. And it's at that point, you told him you'd been removing seats from your boss's car down the road in Avon, right?
Correct.
But you didn't tell, and you did indicate to him that you were going to put those seats in your own truck, right? You told him that.
Correct.
You had them in the back of the Porsche seats in the back of your vehicle at that point, right? The Jeep.
Correct.
But you didn't, even then, you didn't tell him, oh, I was also looking at junkyards in Berlin and Southington. You didn't tell him that, right?
Nobody asked.
Well, he asked where you'd been or where you're coming from. And
My understanding was where you've been earlier that day, and that's what I told him. I was coming down from New Canaan.
well, earlier in that day, he wasn't asking where you were coming from at that moment.
I believe I understood where I was coming from earlier that day. I can't remember.
Okay. But again, you only volunteered even Avon when they questioned the truthfulness of your answer about New Canaan, right?
He asked me why was I sweaty, and I told him that I was removing seats from Cayenne in Avon. Yes, correct.
A couple of days later, the police showed up at your house, you said on June 2nd, right?
Was that Sunday?
Sunday.
Correct.
If May 31st was a Friday, right, you agreed June 2nd would have been a Sunday, correct?
Correct.
At that time, they took your phone, right?
They asked for my permission to hear on the phone, yes.
But you said you gave them permission, but that wasn't the whole scenario, was it?
Can you rephrase the question?
Yeah. You got Mr. Urzo on the phone about the fact that the police wanted to take your phone, didn't you?
To my best recollection, I told him that I agree with them to take my phone, and I asked if I can just call Mr. Urso to speak to him about it.
And you know this interaction with the police was recorded, don't you?
Now I do, yes.
You didn't know then?
No.
You know that Mr. Urzo, in your presence, told the police they didn't have a warrant.
Objection, Judge, relevance.
Well, what is happening is that this whole conversation is being recounted. So what Attorney Urso told his client has to relate to something other than just a chronology of the dialogue. So, Counsel, what is the relevance of Attorney Urso telling Mr. Gumieni that the police needed a warrant?
It goes directly to this witness's credibility about whether he gave permission or not and what the circumstances.
Well, the fact that this witness has a attorney-client relationship with Attorney Urso, and that Attorney Urso told him the police need a warrant.
No, Your Honor. Mr. Urso told the police on a recording that they needed a warrant.
So what is the question?
In your presence, did Mr. Urso tell the police that they needed a warrant to take your phone?
And there's an objection.
There's an objection on relevance grounds, Judge.
And when you talk about a recording, Counsel, this is a recording that is not in evidence, correct?
Correct.
Court is going to sustain the objection.
The police told you whatever Mr. Urso said something to the police, correct? In your presence, right?
Correct.
And then the police said to you that if you did not agree to give them your phone, it would be months before you'd get it back, didn't they?
Correct.
So it was only after they said that you agreed to let them have your phone, right?
I agreed to let them have my phone at first when they asked me. If I remember it correctly. And then I told Detective Newton if I can just call my attorney and just speak with him, make sure he's okay with it.
And then you put Mr. Urso, your attorney, on with the police, right?
Yes.
On speakerphone, right? And that was when the subject that if they didn't have a warrant, they couldn't take it. Was
Objection,
raised, correct?
objection,
Well,
Judge.
the court already indicated that message was not clear. The discussion of the warrant is not relevant. There's already been evidence that the police, at least through the question, told Mr. Gumiani that it would be months before he could get back the phone under certain circumstances. Sustained.
In any event, the police said if you wanted to see your phone back faster, you got to give them permission to take it. Isn't that what they said to you?
At some point, I remember saying that, yeah.
Okay, that's them saying it to you, right?
Yeah,
And then they gave you, then you gave them permission to take it, right?
I'm not sure if I gave him permission to take it prior to that or after to that.
Mr. Gumiani, wasn't it after the whole conversation we just talked to you about that you agreed to let them get your phone because they said that you'd get it back faster?
My understanding was, I agree with them to take my phone and downloaded it. And I called Mr. Uso just to make sure he's okay with it. From what I remember, Mr. Uso said, no, they need a warrant. They can seize it, but they can't search it until they have a warrant. And I explained to Mr. Uso that I have nothing to hide and I want him to download my phone. This is how I remember it.
Do you remember the part that I've asked you about that the police said if
I
they
believe that
had to
was-
get in, if they had to do those steps, it would be months before you saw the phone again?
I believe that was after, yes.
Okay. The police came back to your home on June 6, 2019, correct? 4 days later,
I don't recall the date, but
a few days later after that first encounter?
yes,
Incidentally, on that first day, they wanted to take the Jeep, didn't they?
can you specify what you mean by first date?
Yeah, the Jeep, when they came on June 2nd, wasn't the Jeep parked in your driveway?
Yes,
They wanted to take it, right?
I believe that was the second visit,
On the June 6th date, they wanted to take it?
Sunday, right?
Well, Sunday's the 2nd.
Judge, if I may, there was two separate trips by the police on June 2nd to Mr. Gumiani's house, and he's indicating it was the second visit. So perhaps if counsel can clarify which visit he's referring to when they wanted to take the Jeep.
All right, I thought it was one, but there were two separate times they came to your house that Sunday?
Yes,
Same officers?
I believe so, yes.
At some point when they were there, you had already found out that Mr. Doulis had been arrested, right? The night before.
I don't remember if I was aware of that.
For either of those visits on June 2nd by the police?
I don't remember.
In any event, they wanted to take the Jeep, correct?
Correct.
But you didn't give them permission to do it because it belonged to the Ford Group, right?
I don't recall it.
Let me jump to June 6th. You recall, what I believe what you were testifying, that they wanted you to show them where the power line trail was in the water company property, right?
Correct.
Where you had ridden, how many times, let me interrupt that. How many times had you ridden motocross, motorcycling in the power line trail with Mr. Doulos?
Twice,
Twice?
yes,
And on your own, had you gone on the power line trail?
never.
That trail is got a lot of large gravel, correct?
Yeah.
It's a power line trail for large utility vehicles, correct?
Yes,
It's very steep in some places, right?
I wouldn't call it steep.
In the area around Route 44, aren't there cliffs and whatnot? You have to wind up and around to go up, stay on the trail?
Yeah, but that's not a trail for power line trucking.
Well, the power lines themselves are on this steep gravel road, correct?
Yes, but there's no gravel in that particular area you're talking about.
Because it's cliffs
Correct.
and rocks, right? Very difficult if you don't have a wide tired vehicle, correct?
Correct.
In fact, when you first agreed to go with the police, you were going to take your other vehicle besides the Tacoma, right?
Right.
Which was the other vehicle you had at that time?
It was my wife's car.
What kind of car was it?
It's a sedan.
And then I think you also testified the Tacoma was also registered to your wife, right?
Correct.
So she had a sedan. Was it an all-wheel drive sedan? Was the Tacoma all-wheel drive?
Yes.
So when you were taking the sedan, it was the police that said, well, why don't you take the Tacoma because of the terrain? Isn't that what they said?
I don't recall it.
Didn't you
I
say,
don't recall the terrain part.
well, didn't they say they'd rather you bring the all-wheel drive vehicle because of how difficult it would be to drive through there with a regular sedan?
I recall them to ask me if I could take my truck, but I don't recall the terrain.
You don't recall the reason why?
No.
When you got to the power line, as I understand it, this is Route 44 on Avon Mountain where you stopped, right?
Correct.
So let me just see if I set this up because, you know, I'm from that area, but the people here are not. So Albany Avenue is Route 44, it goes all the way up, climbs up Avon Mountain, right? From West Hartford, right?
I'm not sure. I rarely ever go that way.
Well, it's a steep road. up
Avon
to
Mountain, yes.
Avon Mountain. And then down the other side, it's quite steep down to Avon, right?
Correct.
You come down to Avon as the other side of the mountain, correct?
Correct.
When you went from Simsbury to your office at Ford Group, did you usually take Deer Cliff Road?
Yes.
So you would have to come from Simsbury. Did you usually come on from like down on the Farmington Valley side of Avon Mountain?
Sometimes.
Well, again, I guess you could go through Bloomfield, but I'm just trying to figure out, did you go up to get to your office? You usually go up Route 44 and turn right on Deer Cliff Road?
Yes.
Or did you come from West Hartford and go up and turn left?
From Avon.
Okay, so you'd go up, that was a steep hill, right?
Yes.
There were always a lot of accidents, especially in the winter up there?
I heard of one or two, yes.
Okay, and then Deer Cliff was almost at the very top of Avon Mountain, right?
Yes.
And then you would drive down Deer Cliff Road, and it would turn into Eli Road, right around where Jefferson Crossing is, correct?
Yes.
Now, the power line crossing that was where you stopped your vehicle was just about across from the entrance from the Reservoir 6 parking area, right?
Correct.
Okay, so Reservoir 6 is part of MDC, right?
I have no knowledge of that.
Have you ever been in there?
Yes, but I don't know
Well,
what's part of what.
You know that there's parking, people go hiking and walking around that area, right?
I've seen people parking there, yes.
And you parked, but if you go up a bit, there is a gravel entrance where the gate, where the power line crosses Route 44, right? Am I right?
Possible.
Well, what I'm trying to do is figure out, you said you parked along on the other side from the Reservoir Road, along Route 44.
I parked to the right, yes.
Now, there's a turnout where there's a hiking trail, you know what I'm talking about, right? On the right?
Yes.
And then just before that, a little higher up, there's like the utility entrance for the power company with a metal bar across it, right?
I don't deny it, but I don't recall it.
Did you park up there where the gate was, or did you park in that turnout for people to park so they can go on the hiking trail?
And where the people park, there's multiple parking spots.
Okay, and when you pulled in there, that's when the police handed you the search warrant that they were taking your truck?
Correct.
They didn't tell you before that, did they?
No.
Now, when the police interviewed you on June 6th, they asked you about what Fotis Doulos did on May 24th, didn't they?
Which interview are you talking about?
This, the one, the same day that they took your truck on Albany Avenue.
Just going to object, Your Honor. I'm confused by the question myself. What interview are we referring to?
June 6th, when the same day that they took your truck. They interviewed you as well, didn't they?
I don't recall it. That was same day? It was different.
Yeah, the same day.
I have many meetings with police. I just don't recall if that was the same day or not.
Okay, whether it's the same day or not, you do remember, well, how many meetings did you have with them, do you recall?
I don't,
Was it more than 5?
yes,
And then you met with them like recently, last couple of days?
I didn't meet with them. I think I had a Zoom call.
Okay, and your lawyer was with you for that Zoom call, right?
No.
He was not?
No.
But you, how many times then, either on Zoom or in person, did you meet with law enforcement about your actions on those days in 2019?
I couldn't tell.
But it was more than 5?
Yes,
Okay, so it's hard for you to remember when you had a conversation about anything in particular. Is that a fair assessment?
yes,
Okay, but at various times in 2019, they asked you about Fotis Doulos's whereabouts on May 24th, correct? The day of the disappearance. So I'm saying after that, they asked you about that day multiple times, right?
correct,
And they asked you about your whereabouts on that day, correct?
correct,
And you told the police back in early June of 2019 that you liked Fotis Doulos, right?
yes,
That he was a good boss.
yes.
You believed he was a successful builder.
Don't recall saying that, but
Is that a fair statement, though?
Yeah.
You took pride in the work you did in managing his projects, right?
yes,
You thought he did it, you thought these houses were fine homes. They were expensive, but they were fine, right?
yeah, it's fair to say that.
And you told the police that you respected him, that is Doulos,
Yes,
and you told them that he was a, quote, very nice guy, unquote, right? That's how you thought of him.
Yes.
And you weren't making that up, were you? You were telling them how you really felt about him, right? Then the police also in June of 2019 asked you questions about his ongoing divorce.
can you specify which?
Well, in general, didn't they ask you about what you knew about what was going on in the divorce?
Yeah,
You knew that the divorce had been going on for a long time, correct?
correct,
You, in fact, had at least helped Jennifer moving stuff out without telling Fotis, right?
right,
So you knew she was planning back then to move out, right?
I don't remember how that started.
At some point, you just never, you didn't tell Fotis what she was doing though, right?
I remember Jennifer told me if I could move some stuff for her and not to tell Fotis, but I don't recall if she told me what the reason was for moving it.
But you did what she asked, right?
Yes,
Even though Fotis was your boss, not Jennifer, right?
right,
You told the police that the divorce had been going on for a long time while you were working there, right?
Possible.
And you told them that Fotis had complained about how long it was taking to you, didn't you?
I don't recall saying that.
You don't recall saying that? You recall the police asking you specifically that Fotis and Jennifer are going through a pretty rough divorce, fair to say, based on what you know, just kind of being around. Is that a pretty accurate statement? Do you remember saying, yeah, he was complaining about it a couple of times, but he wasn't trying to tell me that, like he was almost to the point that he was suspicious that I would tell something to Jennifer. Do you remember telling that to the police?
Yeah, that refreshes my memory.
Okay. So at least a couple of times, you remember him complaining to you about how long it was taking. Right?
Possible, yes.
But you also knew that in the last couple of months before her disappearance, things seemed to be going pretty well for Fotis in the court. Isn't that true?
Yes,
He seemed to be very happy about the way things were coming out. And he was telling you that, right?
he mentioned something like that to me, yes.
And you told that to the police as well, didn't you?
Yes.
And he told you that there was a really good custody report that just come out, right?
What do you mean by custody report?
A report about who would get custody of the children. He told you that, didn't he?
I believe he told me that there's a pretty good chance of him getting full custody of the kids.
Do you remember telling the police that about 2 months before, he was in a good mood, like he would only talk to me about the divorce? It was either very good or very bad. And then he said, didn't you say to the police, so he goes that Jennifer hired some kind of psychologist, what's it called? The police say, yeah, psychiatrist, psychologist. And then you said to interview her and the kids to kind of find out what's best for the kids. And Fotis was telling me that he was very unhappy because obviously Jennifer hired him, so he's going to take her side. So him and his lawyer, they were fighting it. This is too long. I'm not gonna
Judge,
read
I'm
the-
just going to object to hearsay at this point. I mean, if Mr. Schoenhorn.
Well,
is
you
done-
said here's, Counsel.
Yes, sir.
Well, first, this is impeachment by what counsel appears to be claiming is a prior inconsistent statement. If, according to the code, the statement should have been shown to the witness first. If the witness admits it, it couldn't come in as extrinsic evidence. But it was never shown to the witness. So first, if the claim is essentially improper impeachment, the court would sustain it.
So Judge, if I may, the reason I objected to hearsay is because it is an improper impeachment. So I would add that, but that's the gravamen of my objection.
It's not that impeachment can't be accomplished, but it has to be done according to the code.
Judge, according to the code, I either ask him if he said it, if he doesn't, if he admits it, it doesn't need to come in. If he denies it, then it actually comes in. So this is the preliminary question to ask if that refreshes his
Well,
recollection.
Counsel, the defense could have shown him the conversation with the police, determined that it may have refreshed his recollection, and then asked him the question.
When reading a transcript of your interview, refresh your recollection as to what you told the police?
Yes.
I'll mark this for ID. It's page 135 to 136.
May I just see it? So Judge, I must confess, I don't recall whether or not Mr. Gminning indicated he needed his memory refreshed at this point.
Well, the code indicates that before extrinsic evidence of a prior inconsistent statement can be offered, the contents of the prior inconsistent statement has to be shown to the witness. In so doing, the witness's recollection would either be refreshed or not.
Understood, Judge.
May I approach?
Yeah.
I'm just gonna, it's a 2-page document. So I'm just gonna have you read to yourself, starting from here where it's highlighted. And then if you'll just look at the back and see if this refreshes your recollection of what you told the police up to date. And then I'll ask you a question.
You want me to keep going or just stop?
No, that's all I'm gonna ask you about, so you can stop there. All right.
Now the question can be asked.
Do you recall now that Mr. Doulos told you that the report, even though he thought that the psychiatrist or psychologist had been hired by his wife's lawyer, that the report came out good and that he had a good chance of getting full custody?
Just gonna object, Your Honor, hearsay.
Overruled.
Yes.
I was going to now ask you a little bit about your Tacoma. Did you buy it new in 2001 or did you buy it used?
For use.
So it was already, it already had sort of, I think you put it, the seats were all like filthy and grimy when you bought it.
Correct.
And that's why you put a pair of Ford motor seats in it, right?
Right.
And you were able to bolt them into the brackets where the bucket seats go in the front of the Tacoma?
I had to modify them and I was able to do that.
You were able to do that?
Yep.
And those were the seats that were in your vehicle from what year approximately? Soon after you bought it?
I think it's fair to say that, yes.
You had it at least since 2010 or earlier?
I believe I bought the truck in 2012.
2012. Okay, so that was even before you went to work for the Ford Group, correct?
Correct.
It was, however, after you had met Mr. Doulos, right?
Correct.
And you were doing contract work through him, through the other company you worked for, right?
Correct.
When you had your own company for that period of time that you were operating on your own, did you do any work for either Mr. Doulos or the Ford Group?
When I have, can you repeat the question?
Yes, before you went to work for Mr. Doulos, you had said you started your own LLC and had your own personal company for a little bit, right?
It was an LLC, but my personal company, yes.
You were working under doing business as under your real name, right?
Correct.
Did you do work for Mr. Doulos or the Ford Group when you had your own separate company under your own name?
Correct.
Did you come to their house for any of that work?
Can you specify
To
year?
4 Jefferson
The
Crossing?
year,
Sorry?
the time period? the
Yeah,
year?
before 2016, did you come to 4 Jefferson Crossing to do any jobs there?
Yes,
And did you meet Mrs. Doulos then?
I think way earlier than that.
Oh, you met her even earlier when you were working for the framing company, you met her?
Yeah, I think so.
So you'd been there sometimes at 4 Jefferson Crossing even before you started your own business, right?
For Jefferson Crossing?
Yeah,
I don't remember. I think Jefferson Crossing was built in 2012.
was or was not?
I think it was.
Right, so my question is, did you meet Mrs. Doulos at 4 Jefferson Crossing even when you were working for the framing company?
I couldn't meet her at 4 Jefferson Crossing if the Jefferson Crossing wasn't built.
Oh, you said it was not built.
Yes,
Oh, did you have anything to do with building 4 Jefferson Crossing?
yes,
You did some of the framing?
all of the framing.
So you would have met, did Mrs. Doulos have input in the construction of that house at all?
Can you explain?
Yes, did she have any input, any say in how the house was going to look or what was going to be in what rooms and whatnot?
I don't recall it, no.
But you did meet her even while you were building that house?
I believe I met her before that.
Even before that? Okay. Now, I know that Mr. McGinnis asked you about the leaking oil from the Tacoma. You could see that the garage of the house at Fort Jefferson was getting stained by dripping oil, couldn't you? From your truck.
I'm assuming yes, but I don't recall seeing it.
But you didn't dispute the fact when he said, listen, can you move your truck? It's, because you knew it was leaking oil, right?
He told me if we could move the truck, but he didn't mention the oil.
But you believed it was because of the oil staining
I
his
assume,
garage
yes.
floor, right? Right,
I assume that, yes.
okay. You also, wasn't it also true that the shock absorbers were gone in that truck?
Yes,
So it was not a very reliable vehicle, was it?
not at all.
You told, I think yesterday, you said it wouldn't even start sometimes, right?
Correct.
You had some kind of technique where you used your house key to run it against the ignition
Yes,
in order to make it start sometimes, right?
correct.
You didn't show anyone else how to do that, did you?
I don't recall it. No.
That was your own sort of home fix, right?
Yes,
For it, okay. In fact, you at one point told the police when they suggested that your truck was being driven down to New Canaan that it wasn't a reliable vehicle at all to go that far. Didn't you tell them that?
yes.
We just saw a video before I got up this morning of you driving on May 23rd with the Tacoma over to 80 Mountain Spring Road? You remember seeing those videos from across the street at 77?
I wasn't driving the Tacoma May 23rd. No.
Didn't we just see picture of the Tacoma and the Raptor being
Yes.
driven down there?
That was Dulos driving the Tacoma.
Oh, and you were driving the Raptor.
Yes,
All right, and he pulled in with the Raptor, I'm sorry, he pulled in with the Tacoma at 80 Mountain Spring, right?
yes,
You pulled in right behind him.
correct.
The driveway, by the way, wasn't asphalt at 80 Mountain Spring, was it?
No,
It was gravel, right?
it was peach stone, I believe.
What is it called?
Peach stone.
But that's not like paving blocks, right? It's like it's some kind of rock, right?
Yes,
Okay, so it's absorbent, right?
Yeah.
Whether it's no pool of oil would form on the on that, whatever you just, I don't, peat stone, peak stone? I don't know what it
yeah, I
is.
don't remember the exact name, but
It's like a crushed stone maybe of some sort.
wash stone, more like wash stone. More wash stone.
I'm not understanding. Quartz?
More like a wash stone than
Wash stone, so it's
Yeah.
white
a
rocks.
round instead of
Got
sharp.
it, crushed up,
Crushed stone is
crushed
sharp.
stone, okay. And he turned the car, you said he turned the truck, like backed it up and so it was facing out?
Correct.
And I'm not gonna put it back up again, but we saw the picture of the part of the garage and the parking lot. The Tacoma was parked to the right of that photograph. It was sort of out of range of where what the image showed us.
Correct.
The Raptor, where did he park that? Where did you park that?
I don't remember how I turned around there.
By the way, even though Otis drove the Tacoma down that with you behind him in the Raptor, is there a reason why you didn't use why you didn't drive your own truck
On
that day, May 23rd? Yeah.
No,
In fact, I wanted to clarify, you don't remember specifically with the jury that it was May 23rd, the day before, right? Is that a fair statement? You don't recall?
I don't recall, no.
Do you recall that Fotis Doulos had a visit with his children on the Wednesday, the 22nd? So he was down there in the afternoon. Does that ring a bell?
No.
You don't remember
What
that?
was 22nd?
That would be a Wednesday.
What was the event?
It must have been what? Thursday? I'm just trying to focus on what day you were we just watched the video of the truck being driven down there from May 23rd. So is
Yeah.
that the day, to clarify, that he asked you to move the truck down?
Yes,
You also remember seeing Stefan Reich and his girlfriend arriving for dinner at the house, correct?
Yes.
You said hello to them, right?
I did. I remember speaking with Stefan. I don't remember speaking with his girlfriend.
Do you remember his girlfriend, Beth?
Yes, I don't remember speaking with her on that day. No.
Okay, but you remember seeing her?
No, I don't.
I'm sorry.
I don't recall seeing her.
You remember seeing Stefan
Yes,
and you had some friendly conversation with him?
yes,
He told you they were going to have dinner at the house that evening?
yes.
And the time that we see the Ford, the Raptor and the Tacoma pulling into 80 Mountain Spring was right. I'm sorry, let me withdraw that question. The time we see the two of you in the Raptor driving back up to Fort Jefferson Crossing that night, you went directly back to Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
From 80 Mountain Spring Road?
From 80 Mountain Spring.
I don't remember. I don't deny it.
Did you drop off Mr. Doulos at the house and take the Raptor?
Yes,
Okay, so does that refresh your memory that you were driving
the Raptor?
the Raptor?
Yes.
Okay. I also want to ask you, you were asked some questions about the wanting to sell the Tacoma. Do you remember those questions by Mr. McGinnis yesterday?
Yes, I do.
You were wanting to sell that Tacoma for a while. Isn't that true?
Correct.
And you in fact had been researching on Craigslist for used Tacomas. Isn't that true?
It is.
And it had been going on at least a month that you've been looking, right?
More than that.
More than that. You also know that when the police took your phone, they downloaded all your searches, correct?
Possible, yes.
All right, so I'm going to let me speak with counsel for a second. Yeah.
Judge, I have no objection. There was one photograph which was displayed, which I objected to, but the court received it into evidence. The balance of that disc, I don't have an objection to.
So I asked for exhibit Y as a full exhibit.
Defense Y admitted as full.
Right, I'm going to show you a group of images one at a time and just, I'll ask you something about it at the end, but I'm going to show you a bunch of images from the search. So if you would, if I could just have the first one, please. You can turn around. It's easier maybe if you want to look behind you, if you want. You can, you can see it there. So you see that you were searching for a used Tacoma on May 1st, 2019.
That's a history from my phone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, so the next one. You see the date? May 5th.
Yes, I do.
That was a used silver Tacoma they were looking at.
Yes.
All right, next one, please. So this is what's that say? May 14th? It's a little blurrier than the other one. Yeah, May 14th.
Correct.
Okay, and this looks like what, an older model?
Yes.
All right, you were looking at that one?
Don't recall it.
All right,
I don't deny it. It's on my phone.
sure. Next one, please. Could you zoom in, please, right here? May 18th, you were looking at one?
Possible.
Okay, next, please. Zoom in, please. May 10th, out of order, but we're looking at a black one on May 10th.
Yes.
Okay, next one, please. May 21, you were looking at one?
Yes.
2019, right? And that one's kind of a decked out one a little bit, right? A little fancier.
Yeah.
Okay, next one, please. May 26th, you were looking at one. Isn't that true? 2
Possible.
days
Yep.
after the disappearance, you're looking at a white Tacoma, right?
Yep.
Next one, please. Also on May 26th, another, this one a gold or tan colored one, right?
Correct.
Don't know if we have, oh. And then you looked at one that was at a dealership, right, on May 31st. You see that down at the bottom there?
Yes.
So even the day that the police were questioning you, you were still looking to replace your Tacoma, isn't that right?
Possible. I mean, if it's on my phone, I don't deny it.
Well, that whole month you were searching to replace your Tacoma, right?
Yes.
And you had told Mr. Doulos that you were seeking to replace your Tacoma, weren't you? Didn't you? I mean,
I did.
generally, except for holidays, you did work Monday through Friday, is that right?
Correct.
And your routine was, if you were going to a job site, you would not take your own vehicle because of that it wasn't reliable, correct?
If it was not in Farmington area.
Well, that's what I'm saying. If it was a local job, you might go right from home to the job site, right?
Correct.
And there were a lot of actually, right on Mountain Spring Road, there have been mention of other addresses. There were a lot of lots that Ford Group owned that they were marketing and planning on building houses on, right?
Correct.
In fact, you still live in that area, right?
Correct.
A lot of those houses have since been built even after the death of Fotis Doulos, correct?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, even after a lot of those houses that were for sale back then, or lots rather, houses have been built on them. So now it's all built up when it wasn't back then, right? 2019.
I don't disagree. I just don't have a recollection of seeing a lot prior and after being built a house.
I take it since all of this, certainly after you left Ford Group, you don't travel a lot on Eli Road or Deer Cliff Road?
I do.
You do, and you haven't noticed a lot of houses being built on the Eli Road side of that mountain,
Which side of the road you talking?
coming towards Farmington?
So I'm just going to object on relevance grounds. Additionally, council's testifying at this point.
I'll withdraw the question. Let me just go back for a minute. You know, we talked about the power line trail, and I forgot to ask you this question. The power lines stay on the West Hartford side of that mountain, don't they?
Yeah, I think it's that. Yeah.
And there are also regular hiking trails in the water company MDC property, aren't there?
No, not aware of this. I never go hiking then.
You've never noticed if there are, right?
Don't recall it, no.
You ever notice any blue squares on trees for people to hike through that area? So there's ways to cut across and whatnot.
If I was there on the dirt bike, I wouldn't pay attention to that.
Because you wouldn't go on those trails, right?
And also go fast.
A lot of trees down, logs, rocks, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you would often take a Ford Group vehicle home on the weekend rather than take your Tacoma, right?
Often
Yeah, often, like many times.
on the weekend,
Yeah,
very rare.
rarely. But it wasn't unusual for you to do that, was it?
Very rare. I think it's what to say.
By the way, when you had mentioned the lawyer for Mr. Doulos calling you at one point, remember that testimony yesterday?
Which
Or
letter?
no?
Which letter?
Yesterday. Well, you couldn't remember his name. One of Mr. Doulos's lawyers called you back in May of 2019 or early June, didn't he?
I don't remember, no.
You don't remember? You didn't say this yesterday?
Well, counsel, you can use leading questions. It's cross.
All right. Didn't you testify yesterday that one of Mr. Doulos's called you and suggested that you might need your own lawyer because of your immigration status? Remember saying that yesterday?
I believe I said Zulos told me that.
Not one of his lawyers?
I don't recall it.
In any event, the police did say things to you about, made you concerned about your immigration status, didn't they?
I don't recall it, no.
You don't recall that? Don't you remember the police saying to you words to the effect of that if they wanted to really mess with your green card, they could just make a phone call?
Yes,
But they said, but that's not what they were looking to have happen,
Just
right?
going to object, Your Honor, calls for speculation as to what other people were looking to have happen.
This is what was said to the witness.
Well, if the representation is that the police later said after that, they are not looking for that to happen, then the court will allow it.
yes.
They did say that to you. So were you nervous about them bringing up your green card status?
Yes,
You weren't a US citizen, were you?
No.
Are you now?
yes,
That's happened since 2019, correct?
correct.
If you had been arrested for anything, you knew you could have been deported, right?
Correct.
And you'd lived here for what, 20 years at that point? 19 years?
19 years,
And you were concerned, right?
correct.
I'm going to ask you now about a trip that you took up to the Litchfield State Police Barracks on June 12th, 2019. You recall going?
Yes,
You thought you were going to pick up your truck then, didn't you?
yes.
In fact, when did you pick up your truck ever?
Didn't.
You never got it back, right? Were you ever compensated for it? They just kept it, right?
Correct.
So you went up there on around June 12th to get it, thinking they were going to give it back to you, right?
That was my understanding, yes.
But in fact, you went up there with an oil can, didn't you?
Correct.
I'm going to show the witness. Oh, is it on top? Exhibit Y. Yeah, you just put that. It's called oil can 2. We just look at the image that's up on the screen.
Yes,
All right. Now, you recall being in the state police in an interrogation room on June 12th, 2019.
yes,
And that's you sitting there with, I guess those are sunglasses on your forehead.
yes,
And the person in the foreground there with the large arms and the, I don't know if that's a hood or whatever it is behind his head there, that's one of the state police officers, right?
I believe so, yes.
And could you tell the jury, you see the date and the time, right? Is that the time you were there, 11:15 in the morning?
If the camera time is correct, yes.
Okay, and what is that in your left hand on the table that we see in this image?
It's oil can.
That was the oil can you brought because if you were going to take your vehicle it would have probably drained out unless you put in oil, right?
I was planning on being very safe and sorry, so I took some oil with me, yes.
You had to put in a lot of oil because you knew it'd been dripping, right?
Yep.
And they started questioning you, right? That day.
Yes,
They told you you weren't getting your truck back, correct?
correct.
And that's when you told them you wanted to have your attorney present for any further question, right?
Yeah,
And so they stopped the interview at that time, right? They stopped it
yes.
at your request.
I was trying to call my attorney and I couldn't get hold of him, so
Well, he didn't answer, or was it that that this particular location in Litchfield had lousy cell service?
I don't remember. I remember I couldn't get hold of him.
Okay, if you couldn't reach him, then you weren't going to talk to him, right?
Yes,
Okay. You'd already met with Attorney Urzo before that, right?
I don't remember when I met with him first time.
Your Honor, I'm going to, well, if this could be a place to stop, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll stand in our lunch and recess until 2 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case. Would counsel stipulate?
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
May I proceed?
Yes.
When we left off, I asked you about the going up to Litchfield on June 12th. There was a short interview that was cut short that day, correct?
that's correct.
Then you met with the police again on July 12th of 2019, correct?
I believe so, yes.
That's the 8-hour interview, right?
Yes,
That took place in a police station?
I believe so, yes.
Do you remember which one it was?
I don't.
In between, you had met with your attorney.
Yes,
You also saw Photostoulos in that month, right?
no.
When's the last time you saw Photostoulos?
The last time I spoke with him in person was week after Jennifer disappeared that Friday.
But you knew he moved back into Fort Jefferson Crossing, right?
I don't know when, but at some point, yes.
You knew he was there, right?
Yeah.
But you know Michelle Troconis was no longer there, right?
Yes.
Did you resign from Ford Group at that point?
My last day of work was that Friday when I saw him.
Did you say, I quit?
I think I told him that on the phone. How was it? No, that week when he got arrested, I just didn't show up to work.
Did you apply for unemployment?
Yes,
Did you claim you'd been fired?
no,
Did you fill out a form and say you had resigned?
I don't remember how the form was. I think it was something like temporary shutdown or something like that.
But that wasn't true, was it?
Well, he wasn't there, so I couldn't work.
Well, he continued operating the Ford Group, didn't he?
I don't know.
You recall that your July 12th interview took place in Bridgeport at the State Police Barracks. Does that ring a bell?
Yes,
You went down there with your attorney, right?
yes.
You met with the, was it the state police at that point?
Yeah, I believe so.
There were more than one detective interviewing you, correct?
Correct.
And they again wanted to go into detail on your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, right?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Yes, they wanted to go into detail with you about your whereabouts on May 24th, 2019, correct?
Correct.
You had, at that point, difficulty in remembering some of the details that you had been involved in on that May 24th. Isn't that true?
It is.
And you told the police it was because for you, May 24th was another day just like every other day, right?
Correct.
And the police, however, weren't having that with you, were they? They were contradicting it.
Just going to object, Your Honor, to the form of the question.
Well, sustained.
They didn't believe you. They told you they didn't believe you, right?
I know one of the detectives at some point said to me that makes sense.
Didn't they say to you, that day should be pretty clear to you by now, man? Isn't that what they said to
I'm
you?
going to object, Judge, that
Well,
if counsel is going to paraphrase, then he should just state
It's
what he
a
actually
quote.
said.
well, well, what we're not going to countenance is counsel talking over each other.
Mhm.
Well, the question is, the actual question is, did you think that the police did not believe you? That's the actual question. To ask, they didn't believe you, and will the objection be foundation? So sustained.
Didn't they tell you that they didn't believe you?
Just object, Judge.
Ground.
Is counsel, my concern, Your Honor, is that counsel is presenting these as direct quotes. And I think it would be best to use the actual transcript as opposed to
Well,
paraphrasing.
Well, before we even get to that point, the witness can say no. This isn't impeachment yet because it does not appear to be impeachment based on a prior inconsistent statement. Counsel is just asking what the police said. The witness can say, yes, they said that. No, they didn't say that. I don't remember. Overruled.
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah. Didn't they tell you they didn't believe you didn't know what you did on May 24th?
I don't remember them saying they don't believe me.
Didn't they tell you it should be clear to you what you did on that day?
Yes,
And did you say to them, I didn't pay attention? Is that what you said?
yes,
You do recall telling the police, though, that Mr. Doulos informed you that he had an appointment with his lawyer on the morning of May 24th, right?
correct,
And he told you that the day before on the 23rd, correct?
correct.
You indicated to them, you told them you were in New Canaan the entire day, right?
Judge, I'm going to object to the form of these questions. He's asking him what he said in a previous interview. He should pose the question, and only if there's an inconsistency should he then ask a more direct question about what Mr. Gumini said on a previous occasion.
What counsel is doing is going through the entire or significant portions of a transcript, just reiterating the questions that were asked and the questions that were answered. The basis of using the transcript is for impeachment. This is the court does not know what the purpose of asking the witness is of every question that was asked and every answer that was given. That's not impeachment. So the court is going to sustain the objection because it's an attempt to, it's not even an attempt to impeach. It's just a rehearsal of what happened. And that's basically a waste of time. Sustained.
You claim in this courtroom the other day that you went down to New Canaan, you were there all day, right?
I was there from before 10 a.m. to around 2:30 p.m.
You claimed you were at the house on Sturbridge Hill Road that entire time once you arrived there, correct?
Correct.
You said you went there directly from your house in Simsbury, correct?
Correct.
You didn't stop at Fort Jefferson Crossing, did you?
I did.
When it's not rush hour, it takes you from your home to get down to New Canaan back then. If there isn't traffic, what, about an hour and a quarter, maybe? Is that about right?
About an hour and 30 minutes at least.
But you weren't there all day, were you? Till 2:30.
Other than leaving for lunch around 12, that I'm not sure of, I would be there.
Did you come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Come back from lunch and go back to Sturbridge Hill?
Yeah, you said you left for lunch.
It's possible. I'm not sure.
What time did you leave for lunch?
It could have been, I couldn't recover that day, so it could have been between 12 and 1.
Every day for you was about the same in terms of when you were down there, taking a lunch?
Sometimes I would bring my own lunch and just have it at the job site.
Well, how about that day, May 24th? Where did you go for lunch?
I said to the investigators that it's possible that I went for lunch to Chinese restaurant.
Did you name that Chinese restaurant for them?
I believe I sent them the address at some point.
The police told you that there was surveillance video from across the street. That's from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, didn't they?
They mentioned that to me, yes.
There was a house right across the street from where the one that we were building, right?
I was never shown that.
That's not my question. My question is, was there a house across the street from 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
Yes,
People were living there, right? It was a finished house.
yes.
The police told you that they had video cameras, Ring doorbell cameras from across the street, right?
Judge, I object. Hearsay, going through the
Oh,
transcript
Ken.
again.
This is just a repeat of the interview. It's a waste of time. If it's
Judge,
not
this is
impeachment,
impeach-
if it's not impeachment,
It is impeachment.
it is not impeachment because you're not indicating that he testified as to one version of events on one day and today is saying something else. So it's not impeachment. It's not an impeachment by a prior inconsistent statement.
That wasn't the
You are
purpose.
reading a transcript.
First of all, Your Honor, I'm reading from my notes. I'm not reading from a transcript. Number two, there are other ways to impeach a witness besides prior inconsistent statements.
Well, the court has not heard it. Sustained.
You were not there on the 24th of May, 2019 with a Ford-group vehicle, were you?
Meaning where?
At 61 Sturbridge Hill Road.
At May 24th, 2019?
Right, in the afternoon. You weren't there at all.
I was there from around 10 to 2:30 o'clock. I left around 2 or 3 o'clock.
You were there, you left, you said at 2 or 3,
Yes,
and you went out for lunch to a Chinese restaurant, or you don't know?
prior to leaving for the day,
So not at 12 or 1 that day.
between 12 and 1 to my best guess.
And then you said you came back, right?
Correct.
Right, well, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit AA, and I'll first show you, and before I show you that, let me just ask you a question. When you parked at 61 Sturbridge Hill Road, you always parked at the same place in the driveway closer to the road, correct? By the
Right,
garage.
Like right by the garage, yes.
Right, if you were pulling into that garage, into that driveway, it was the right-hand garage, right?
Yes,
And you parked not in the garage, but in front of the garage, right?
yes,
And you could see the street from where you parked, right?
possible,
And you could see there was a house across the street, right?
yes.
And that's the house that the police said to you, how can you
Judge,
explain
I
that there
object,
is
I
not, I'm
object,
sorry, I haven't
I
asked my
object.
question yet.
Well, I object to the argument.
Well, first of all, the question was, that's the house the police said you. And what's the objection, Cal?
My objection, Your Honor, is the same objection that I made earlier, which is number 1, it's hearsay. Number 2, it's improper impeachment.
Well, the
Number
court
3.
does not know what the question will be.
And it's not being offered for the truth, it's being offered to show that he responded to that question.
Well, again, the run-up to the questions appear to this court to be a waste of time. The questions can be asked directly. Did the police tell you X? And what was your response? And what was their response? So the court is going to overrule the objection.
Do you recall the police saying to you that you couldn't explain or how to explain the fact that you're not seen on video from across the street? Didn't they tell you that?
No.
They did not. All right. I'm going to show you what I believe is being offered without objection, AA.
That's correct, Judge. No objection.
Defense, AA admitted its role.
So you were there on days prior to May 20. You were there during that entire week of May 24th, correct?
I don't remember if I was there every day, but I'm sure I was there some days.
Right. You were there on May 19th?
I don't remember.
All right. Well, I'm going to show you a short clip, if I can, please. If you could look on the screen. Can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. So could you freeze it and enlarge it, please? Now, do you see, before we even enlarge it, do you recognize this house across the street from this video?
I don't see it clearly what a house is.
You don't see the house that's not 61 Sturbridge Hill Road
Well,
that you were?
the response was, I cannot see clearly what the house is.
All right, could I have it enlarged, please, that area?
Yes, it looks like 61 Sturbridge, yes.
And I see a vehicle parked in the driveway. Won't work, okay. Do you see the white vehicle where the cursor is right there?
Yes.
That's the white Cherokee that's owned by the Ford Group, isn't it?
I don't know if that's the Cherokee. I
Were
see
you
white-
driving any other white SUV when you were down at 61
Well, I
Sturbridge Hill Road?
object, Judge, misstates the testimony
Uh,
entirely.
Well, the witness identified what identified as the white Cherokee.
Is that where you parked?
This is where I would normally park, yes.
But you're not agreeing that that's the vehicle you drove to 61 Sturbridge Hill Road on May 19th, 2019.
May 19, I would be driving Raptor, I believe.
Your testimony would have been the Raptor and not this vehicle right there, right?
I believe I had that Raptor for 2 weeks prior.
Could you show the witness, please, May 24th, please? This is from 1 PM on May 24th. There any vehicle parked there at 1 PM and 61 Sturbridge Hill Road?
I don't see any.
But the car that you would bring there was always visible from the road, isn't that true?
Yes,
When the police told you that there was no video of you in the afternoon at Sturbridge Hill Road, you had no answer for them, did you?
Judge, I'm just going to object. Again, this is improper impeachment.
Well, the question is, well, really a number of questions. The police talked to you about where you were on a certain date. You said you were here. They told you you weren't there. And you responded nothing. I mean, that's how the question breaks down. The court will allow it.
Right?
can you repeat the question?
Sure. When the police pointed out that there was no way to document that you were there because there was no video of you and asked you to explain it, you couldn't explain it, could you?
I don't recall them saying to me that there was no video of me.
You don't recall them saying that to you? Let's have a moment. Would watching a short clip from your interrogation on July 12th be helpful in refreshing your memory?
Yes.
Could I play then? I'm just going to show.
Well, Judge, respectfully, I think that the state is entitled to inspect whatever clip they're going to play before it's
Yes.
presented to the jury. And as a matter of fact, refresh recollection is generally not to be published to the jury. So
Well, the clip is going to be played on Mr. Gemini's monitor.
understood, Judge, but the sound will be audible. I would just like the opportunity to inspect the clip as I would any other exhibit.
That's appropriate.
Is that it? Your Honor, I don't want to take up any more time looking for the specific place, so I'm going to move on. You testified that you took, you sent a text to Photostulus on 2/12, is that right?
I don't remember the specific time. I remember I was texting him, yes.
Your claim, though, that you were still at Sturbridge Hill Road at 2:12 in the afternoon when you sent that text?
Possible, yes.
Well, anything's possible. In fact, didn't you leave at 12:30 and not come back?
Yes, I think so.
You went somewhere else in New Canaan that afternoon, right?
At what time?
After you left Sturbridge Hill Road.
At what time?
I'm asking you.
It's possible that I went for lunch.
And then didn't go back to the house.
I think I come back.
You said you had the Raptor that day, is that correct?
Yes.
If I show you a document that pinpoints the location of the, allegedly pinpoints the location of the Raptor, might that refresh your recollection?
Judge, I'm going to object. He didn't indicate to me his recollection refreshed. He said he thinks he came back. So I think this is improper.
Well, the question has to be asked in such a way that there's no confusion as to whether he's saying he does not remember whether he came back or he believes he did come back.
And I'd also like to be heard on this exhibit at a certain point also, perhaps at sidebar.
The court does not know what the exhibit is.
I understand. I just want to, would it be all right if we just have a brief sidebar, Judge?
Yes.
Would showing the document perhaps help you recall what time you left 61 Sturbridge Hill Road in the Raptor that day?
Think so.
All right, I'm going to mark this for ID. May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you what has been marked for BB for identification. Just going to ask you to look at it, see if that refreshes your recollection as to what time you left 61 Sturbridge Hill Road on May 24th, 2019.
Yeah, so 9:53 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Sturbridge Hill Road. And so
Did
that,
that refresh your recollection?
yes, so that could have been when I left for lunch.
But your claim is that you came back? Or you don't recall?
I believe I did.
But you're not sure?
I'm not sure, no.
What did you have for lunch at that Chinese restaurant?
I don't remember.
What did the person who served you look like?
I don't remember.
Did you do anything else while you were down in New Canaan on May 24th, 2019 in the afternoon?
I believe I was just working at that house and possibly went for lunch and came back.
You didn't go anywhere else?
No reason.
What street was this Chinese restaurant on?
I don't remember.
Remember, do you ever go there before?
Yes.
Do you remember the name of it? You were at the Shell station in, I think it was a Shell station, you said in Farmington at 4:33, according to that exhibit?
Yes.
That's when you paid for your gas, right?
Yes.
So you filled up the tank?
Yes.
And then, as I understand it, you went to 585 first to get to pick up that 2x10?
I went to Fort Jefferson first.
You went to Fort Jefferson, you saw a phone sitting in a cradle, right? Charging, a charging phone, cradle, whatever, right?
Yes.
And you recognize that was Fotis's charging cradle, right?
I'm not sure whose phone was it.
Did you try calling the phone?
No.
But you noticed that there was a phone in the cradle, right?
Correct.
So when you tried calling Fotis, he didn't answer, right?
I tried to call Fotis when I was outside, so I couldn't see if that particular phone was ringing.
Or even was on silent. You don't even know that, right? But in any event, when you went in, you saw a phone in the cradle, right?
Yeah.
You went upstairs to the office to look for the keys.
Yes.
You didn't see the keys there, right? So then you went to 585 Deer Cliff, right?
Correct.
From Fort Jefferson, right?
Correct.
And how far was the intersection of Jefferson Crossing to 585 Deer Cliff?
I couldn't tell you. Like, it's a short distance, driving distance.
585, just so we're clear, is on the left side of Deer Cliff as you're heading north, right?
Correct.
That's one of these houses, it was in bad shape, right? It was all broken up, correct? From damage,
It wasn't damaged. It was just old house.
but it wasn't occupied, right?
Yeah.
I'm right, correct?
Correct.
But it had nice views down the valley on that side of the street, right?
On the opposite side of the street, yes.
Yeah, well, I mean, from that house, you've been in that house, right?
Correct.
So what I'm trying to do is orient, Jefferson Crossing doesn't have views of the valley, does it?
No.
it has views, but they're in a different direction towards, let's say, the Yukon Health Center, correct?
Correct.
So as you went to that 585, there was a 2x10, you said, just one?
One that I needed, there could have been more.
And that was in the garage?
I believe so, yes.
And you put it in the back of the Raptor, right?
Correct.
And from there, you went down to 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Correct.
Why would you bring the 2x10 down to 80 Mountain Spring Road?
I believe my initial thought was to try to load the dirt bike on the Raptor since I didn't have a key for the Tacoma. So my initial thought was to go back to Fort Jefferson.
But you didn't do that.
No,
So did you assume that
I just
would be at 80?
took a ride to 80 to see
See what?
if he's there or maybe the key is in the truck.
So you assumed he might be there.
Just went there to see.
You did know there was a showing of that house the next day, didn't you?
No,
You didn't know that?
No.
You also said that yesterday that you never saw Michelle do any cleaning before of any of the houses that were completed. Is that what you said yesterday?
I don't recall saying that yesterday.
Well, because I just want to be clear, there was an occasion when if there was going to be a showing or a bunch of houses, a bunch of realtors were going to come, everyone might pitch in and do a little bit of cleaning up, dusting and stuff like that, right?
I don't recall a situation like that. No.
Have you ever done that?
At 80 Mountain Spring Road?
No, not at 80, at any location.
Yeah, I'm sure I've done some cleaning,
Andy Loomis had done it,
possibly,
Guillaume
possibly.
and Michelle, right?
I don't recall ever seeing Michelle doing that.
So we saw the video of you arriving at 80 Mountain Spring Road, correct? Shows you driving in? Did you see
Driving-
that?
What?
Into 80 Mountain Spring on the afternoon of the 24th in the Raptor.
Yes,
And you said that they were surprised to see you, but then everything right after that was normal, right?
correct.
So you didn't make any plans to see photos down at 80 Mountain Spring, did you?
No.
And when you said they were acting completely normal, what you meant, you saw nothing out of the ordinary, right?
Right.
Nothing suspicious that they were doing?
Correct.
Nobody would seem to be in a rush?
No.
They weren't trying to get rid of you and tell you to move along or why don't you get out of here or anything like that?
No.
They weren't trying to hide anything from you?
I didn't notice that, no.
They didn't seem agitated when they saw you?
No.
They didn't seem nervous to you?
The first second or two when I pulled in, they seemed to be surprised.
Surprised. Now I'm using it. They didn't seem nervous to you.
No,
And the Tacoma was exactly where you had left, where it had been left by photo students the night before, right?
Correct.
You didn't see any garbage bags?
No.
Around? You didn't see any rolled up carpets around?
No.
You didn't see any rugs or mats?
No.
You didn't see any towels or bed covers?
no,
By the way, it was still light out on this day, right? Right before Memorial Day weekend?
around 5 o'clock, I would assume, yes.
Yeah, and it was Memorial Day weekend and you were planning on celebrating, I guess, was it the next day? When was it, when was your wife's birthday? Was it the next day or the following week?
Where, you mean when the event was?
The event, yeah.
Saturday,
The next day?
yes.
By the way, down at 80 Mountain Spring, when you got there, you never went inside, right?
Correct.
You didn't think it was even, if there was, you didn't know there was a showing at that house, right?
I don't recall knowing of a showing next day.
It wasn't your project, correct?
Correct.
It was whose?
Andy Loomis.
You don't know what arrangements then he had made to show that house, right?
Just gonna object, Your Honor. Cumulative, he indicated he didn't know.
Well,
This is a different question.
well, at this point, it's not relevant because the initial question was, you did not know that there was going to be a showing. So to follow up with that as to who was going to be the project manager or who was going to be involved in the showing is a waste of time. Sustained.
From your experience, after a house was completed, there was still a lot of dust in those finished houses before they were sold, correct?
Correct.
In fact, the duct system would actually spread dust around the house if it had an air system, right?
Correct.
So whenever you went in these houses, if they were unoccupied, there might be a little surface dust on various items, right?
Correct.
On the countertops, right?
Correct.
On the floor, maybe in the sink. Right?
Correct.
Windows. Dust, right?
Yes.
Incidentally, it wasn't unusual for photos to take a hands-on approach to do cleaning, was it?
I've seen it done, yes.
In other words, he's one of these hands-off guys that wore white gloves and let everyone else do the work and he just sat in his office, right? He would show up at job sites, correct?
Correct.
He'd help out if need be, right?
Correct.
In fact, if I recall your testimony, Fotis and you walked around the property to look how the grass was growing in from you seeding it, right?
Correct.
So you actually did some work at 80 Mountain Spring Road, right?
Correct.
Even though it wasn't your project, correct?
Correct.
Did you do the whole, I mean, we saw that satellite picture. Did you do the whole lawn yourself?
I don't remember how much of it that I did. I'm pretty sure I did around the house. But at the side and the lower yard, I did it. I don't recall it.
Did you we see in that image, there's pink tape along the sides of the driveway in that image we watched a little bit ago, remember?
Yes.
And was that to keep people from driving on the lawn and keeping them right on that crushed stone driveway?
I believe Doulos put this up.
He put it up. Weren't you sort of with him checking it out to make sure it was not going to blow down or fall down?
Yes.
We watched those videos. It was pretty windy that day, wasn't it?
Yes.
We see all those trees blowing just in those clips, right? Yes?
Correct.
By the way, you knew that Mr. Doulos had a housekeeper, a house cleaner for his house, right? For Fort Jefferson?
Yes.
You knew her, Renata, right?
I met her. Yes.
Well, more than that, you spoke Polish with her, didn't you?
Yes.
She was from Poland. You were from Poland, right?
Correct.
So you knew who she was.
I knew her name is Renata and she's cleaning houses. I didn't know her personally.
You never saw Fotis have Renata cleaning any of these houses that he was building, did you?
Not Renata, no. Not Renata, no.
Whether you knew there was a showing or not, you did know that that house was for sale, right?
Correct.
You knew there was one of these large four-group advertisement signs and a for sale sign, right?
Correct.
Were you ever in the office when inquiries were coming in about that house for sale? 80 Mountain Spring?
I don't recall it.
Then when we watch that video, I just want to be clear. You, bless you. You drove out in the Raptor first, correct? This is on May 23rd. I'm sorry, withdrawn. That was May 24th. You left in the Raptor, Fotis left in the Suburban, and Michelle left in the Jeep, correct?
I left in Raptor, and I know they left in those two cars. I believe, Flores left in Suburban.
Right, Fotis left in the Suburban, Michelle left in the Jeep, right?
I believe, yes.
Didn't we just watch that this morning? Didn't you just go through that?
Well,
with
I
Ms.
object,
Chair?
Well,
Your
the
Honor, to
question,
that
didn't we
question.
watch it this morning, is not probative. Sustained.
Do you recall that we watched it, we saw it this morning?
Judge, I
Same
object.
question. Sustained.
All three of you left within moments of each other, correct?
Correct.
You then drove back to Fort Jefferson with Fotis right behind you, correct?
No,
Where did you go?
585.
You went to 585. You still had this 2x10 in the back of the truck, right?
Correct.
Why didn't you bring the 2x10 to Fort Jefferson Crossing?
Because I was gonna go right back to 80 Mountain Spring Road to get my truck and park my truck at 5. Flores Dulos was gonna pick me up.
Why bring the 2x10 with you at all in the Raptor?
You mean, when I left Fort Jefferson?
No, when you left, yeah, when you left Fort Jefferson.
I just explained that earlier.
Well, you explained it, but I'm not understanding. You went and got the 2x10 at 585, right?
Correct.
You put it in the Raptor, correct? Not in your vehicle.
Correct.
Why didn't you then move the 2x10 into the Raptor into the Tacoma? Since that's what your plan was
At what point?
at any point.
I don't know. This is just what I did.
You left the 2x10 in the Raptor, driving it back to Fort Jefferson Crossing.
Driving back to 585 Douglas.
But your Tacoma was still down at 80 Mountain Spring.
Yes.
Is there a reason for that?
No, it
No reason. You just wanted to carry the 2x10 in the back of the truck.
was just there, so I didn't take it.
Right. So I just want to be clear, when you went to 80 Mountain Spring Road, you did not put anything in the back of the Raptor, right?
At 80 Mountain Spring Road?
Yeah.
No,
You had already put that 2x10 in the back, correct?
at 585.
You had put in, but it was still in the Raptor when you were down at 80 Mountain Spring, right?
Correct.
And it was sticking out past the back of the Raptor, right?
Correct.
It was taking up a fair amount of room, wasn't it?
Yeah.
You didn't see Fotis Dulos put anything in the back of the Raptor while you were down at 80 Mountain Spring, did you?
I didn't.
Excuse me?
I didn't.
You didn't see Michelle Troconis put anything in the back of the Raptor either, did you?
I didn't.
When Michelle, you and Fotis Dulos left 80 Mountain Spring, you had indicated yesterday that Michelle told you that she had to go drop off or pick up rugs. Is that correct?
Correct.
And just so we're clear, she had indicated that she was picking up rugs, right?
I don't recall if she said picking up or dropping off or meeting with someone in regards of rugs, yes.
You know that she had this interior decoration side business where she sold rugs,
Yes,
correct?
I heard of that before.
I'm sorry?
I heard of that before, yes.
And you had actually seen some of them, they were on display sometimes at the four group offices, weren't they?
I've seen it, yes.
And you knew that she sold them through various furniture stores and other interior design stores around the Farmington Valley, correct?
I knew she was selling them somehow. I just don't recall how.
I didn't hear your last part.
I just don't know how she was selling. them.
How? But you knew that you had seen her negotiating, talking about prices of rugs and stuff, right? Showing to people.
I don't recall showing to people or negotiating prices, but I was aware of her selling it. Yes.
Okay. When you got back to 4 Jefferson Crossing, is that when you realized that you didn't have the Tacoma key?
When I got back to 4 Jefferson Crossing,
Yeah, after leaving 80 Mountain Spring.
I knew I didn't have the Tacoma key.
You saw it sticking out of the door of the Tacoma as you were driving out, right?
Correct.
And Mr. Doulos and Michelle were behind you pulling out, correct?
Correct.
And you thought that Michelle took the key because it was hanging out of the door and she didn't want to leave it there, correct?
That was possibly, yes.
Well, not just, that's what you told the police, right?
Yeah.
And immediately when you got back to 80 Mountain Spring and saw that the key wasn't in the door, you told Mr. Doulos, right? That the key wasn't there, right?
Correct.
He immediately called Michelle, right? Correct?
No,
He did not.
he asked me if I want to take home the Raptor.
He asked you if you wanted to keep the Raptor. You said no.
Yes.
There was no pushback, right?
Yeah, I can say that.
That there was no pushback when you said you wanted your Raptor, you wanted your Tacoma. He then called Michelle, right?
Correct.
And she came back within less than 10 minutes. Isn't that true?
True.
We watched the video of her coming back. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And I wrote down the time. It was like 7 minutes. So she got back, right? Right?
Correct.
You took the keys, right?
Yes,
Were you able to start your Tacoma this time, or did you have to do that thing with the,
I was able to start.
you were able to start it? And now you drove up to 585, right?
Correct.
Where was this 2x10 at this point?
It was up 585, sitting on the side of the house.
So when you left 80 Mountain Spring earlier, you drove back up to 585 and unloaded the 2x10 that you had put in the Raptor earlier, correct?
Correct.
Then you drove, well, how did you get back to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
On which point?
After you dropped off the 2x10 and left your Tacoma at 585?
I didn't drop off 2x10 when I was leaving the Tacoma. The 2x10 was already there.
Oh, when you had the Raptor, you left it there?
Correct.
Okay, so now you drove, where did you go from 80 Mountain Spring? Well, now that you had your Tacoma,
I left the Tacoma at 585.
and how did you get back to 4 Jefferson Crossing where the motorcycle was?
Doulos was following me with the Raptor.
I'm sorry, with the what?
Doulos was following me with the Raptor, I'm sorry.
So Mr. Doulos drove up to 585 with you,
He was following me with the Raptor.
and then you got out of the Tacoma and went into the Raptor,
Correct.
and then drove back to 4 Jefferson Crossing?
With him, yes.
And then you used a battery charger to jumpstart the motorcycle, right?
Correct.
And you drove it up to 585
Correct.
on the road.
On it.
And I'd asked you if there was anything in the back of the Tacoma. There was nothing in the back of your Tacoma other than, you said there was a bucket, right?
The bucket was inside the cab, not on the back of the truck,
Oh, there was nothing in the back of the truck, right?
other than bungee cords and straps that I used to hold down the dirt bike.
Did you say like bungee cords?
Yes,
And there were no bags in the back of the Tacoma, right?
no,
And there were no other tools in the back of it, right?
I don't recall seeing any, no.
And certainly there were no garbage bags.
Certainly no, but no garbage.
By the way, when Fotis Doulos called Michelle, were you standing right there to bring back the keys?
I don't remember if I was standing right next to him or within 6 or 10 feet away from him. Like, I don't recall it.
Well, you heard him ask her to come back if she's got the keys, right? With the keys.
My understanding was that when I asked him if he has a key, he said, "Oh no, Michelle has the key. I have to call her."
All right. And you saw him call, right? Saw him put either text or put his phone to his ear, right?
Possibly, yes.
He didn't say he couldn't get in touch with her, did he?
No.
And he didn't deny that she had the key, did he?
No.
On Sunday, May 26th, you were not at work, right?
Correct.
And you were not at work on Monday, May 27th, because that was Memorial Day, correct?
Correct.
But Fotis Doulos called you on the weekend to tell you that Jennifer was missing, isn't that right?
Correct.
That was on that Sunday, the 26th?
I believe so, yes.
You didn't see him at all, though, that weekend until Tuesday, right?
Correct.
Had anyone else told you or asked you if you had heard what had happened about Jennifer Doulos being missing?
I believe Stefan Reich either called me or texted me earlier that Sunday.
And that's when you started searching the internet for stories about it?
I don't recall searching for stories that Sunday, but it's possible.
You didn't ask Fotis Doulos on that call on Sunday when he told you that Jennifer was missing if he had any idea where she was, did you?
I don't recall asking him, no.
You thought she had just disappeared or ran away or something, right?
An object to relevance, Judge.
Well, what he thought happened or could have happened, what's the relevance, counsel?
It was
There's
a
already
state-
been, well, there's already been testimony that he could not believe that Fotis Doulos was involved. So what is the relevance of this question?
his state of mind, this
Well-
witness's state of mind.
Well, his state of mind is not relevant as to what he thought may have happened. What he testified to is he didn't believe Fotis Doulos had anything to do with it. Sustained.
You were in possession of that Tacoma from Friday afternoon until Tuesday when you went to Fort Jefferson Crossing, correct?
Correct.
And I just want to be clear, you saw nothing unusual or different about your Tacoma, correct?
I
Over that weekend.
didn't look. I wasn't suspicious of anything.
There was nothing unusual in it.
No, I didn't discover the bucket until Tuesday morning.
You saw the bucket on Tuesday morning, right?
Correct.
And let me ask you about that. You said there was a blue jacket or sweatshirt of some sort in there, correct?
Correct.
Did you take it out of the bucket?
No.
It was kind of a light blue, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was not a dark navy blue.
No,
And that particular sweatshirt or jacket, you hadn't seen that before.
no,
By the way, you didn't see anything that looked like blood in your vehicle, did you?
No.
Or anything that one might consider a stain that might be red or brown, that wasn't something that had always been in there?
no.
Now, you testified that the morning of Tuesday, that you were there for how long before you left to go to New Canaan?
I don't remember, but could have been half hour, 40 minutes, 45 minutes.
In any event, do you know what time you arrived?
Had to be around 8 o'clock in the morning.
Just have a moment. For much of the time that you were at the house with Michelle and Fotis on the morning of the the 27th, you had indicated that you knew what you were doing on May 24th, so you didn't need to write it down. Is that right?
I didn't say I knew what I was doing at the 24th.
You told Fotis, didn't you, that you didn't need to write down what you were doing that day, correct? For the 24th, when he asked you,
Yes,
because you knew what you were doing, right?
I didn't remember at that day what I was doing. I remember him asking me what I was doing on Friday, and I told him I was in New Canaan, and he asked me if there was contractors, and I told him I think so, but I'm not sure. It could have been that I was there by myself.
So we're talking about 3 days later, you didn't know whether there were any contractors there or not?
At that moment, I didn't know. No.
And that's because May 24th was another day, just like every other day, right?
Correct.
You didn't tell him that you'd gone to a Chinese restaurant for lunch, did you?
No,
You didn't tell that to the police either, right?
at some point I did.
You told them the name of the place back then, if you remembered it?
No, object, that's a
Oh,
different
that's not the
question, Judge.
question. The question is, did you tell the police you went to a Chinese restaurant? Now, the next question is, did you tell them the name of the place?
Right.
First, the litany of questions concerning the Chinese restaurant. Well, we'll put it this way, that ground has been plowed. So any further discussion of the Chinese restaurant is a waste of time. Sustained.
You didn't tell the police on June 2nd, 2019, that you'd gone to a Chinese restaurant for lunch, did you?
Well, the court just said any discussion again of the Chinese restaurant is grounds, it's a ground that has been plowed. It's a waste of time.
So let's talk about the day that you saw that your truck was all sparkly clean. You couldn't remember the exact day that was, correct?
Well, Judge, I'm going to object to the question. He didn't testify that it was quote sparkly clean. I think it's sarcasm. I'm objecting to the form of the question.
Well,
It's not argumentative, Your Honor. It's a preliminary question. It has nothing to do with the manner. I don't have to quote exactly what he said. It's not a proper objection. It's a preliminary question.
Counsel is objecting to the adverb. The witness can respond in the way in which the witness decides to respond, so overrule.
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. Whether I use the word spark, there's a chain of car washes called Mr. Sparkle, right?
Possibly, yeah.
All right, but I'm just going to ask you, you noticed that your vehicle had been cleaned, right?
Yes,
You weren't sure of the date, but you believe that it was the next day after the meetup in the kitchen on the 27th? That it would be on the Wednesday?
I believe
I'm
so.
sorry, I'm getting my dates wrong. Instead of it being Tuesday, your first day back to work, do you believe it was the next day after that?
I'm not sure, like I stated before, ever since I gave police my phone, I couldn't recover exact timing and days of all the events.
Well, it wasn't the same day that you were in the kitchen where Fotis wanted you to write down what you did on the previous Friday, was it?
Judge, objection, asked and answered about 3 times at this point.
Your Honor, it's about the truck. I'm trying to pinpoint the date. I certainly have not asked this question.
Well, the question is, the appearance of the truck having been cleaned was not seen on the same date that Fotis Doulos asked you to write down essentially a timeline. That's the question.
Right.
So if it's been asked and answered before, the court is not going to disallow the question, so overrule.
Can you repeat the question?
Yes. The day that you saw that your car had been washed was a day later, at least, than the day that you had been in the kitchen and Fotis tried to talk to you to write down what you did, right? Wasn't the same day.
I think it was either that Tuesday afternoon or Wednesday afternoon.
So if it was Tuesday afternoon, you're saying it would be the same day that you saw them and you were talking to them in the kitchen that morning, right?
Correct.
But you're not certain about that, right?
No.
And you, I think, told a joke about, what, are you going to get my car fixed too? You remember that, right?
Correct.
And you were joking back and forth about it, right?
He says no, just clean.
This is probably a good time to take the afternoon recess. We will reconvene, ladies and gentlemen, at 3:30. Please do not discuss this. The council stipulates, please.
Yes, Judge.
Yes. So when you discovered that Mr. Doulos had cleaned and washed your car that day, you already knew that Jennifer Doulos had been missing since the previous Friday, right?
Correct.
You didn't think there was any connection between those two things, did you?
Not at this moment, no.
I'm sorry, not at what?
Not at this moment, no.
Not at that moment, right? So maybe in hindsight, right? Like now, but then you didn't, correct?
Correct.
And at that time, even after he washed your car, you didn't suspect that Fotis Doulos had anything to do with the disappearance of his wife, correct?
Correct.
And you'd known Fotis, you testified for many, many years, correct?
Correct.
So you knew what he was like in general, right?
Correct.
He wasn't a stranger to you.
No.
You'd seen him when he'd gotten angry sometimes, right?
Very rarely.
Rarely did he get angry though, correct?
Correct.
He was happy sometimes. You saw him happy, right?
Correct.
You never thought he was hiding things from you, did you?
Correct.
Now I believe you testified that it was Thursday, the day before you first encountered the police, that Fotis Doulos suggested you go to a junkyard and buy some used seats to replace the ones in your truck, right?
Correct.
And I already asked you, you went to at least 2 junkyards, right?
Correct.
And then you also went to, I didn't quite understand, a used auto parts store?
No, I went to junkyard, and the second junkyard was more like a used auto parts store.
Are they the ones that said you could order some Tacoma seats that might work in your car? In your
Correct.
truck, I mean?
Correct.
Okay. But it would take a few days, right?
Correct.
But you didn't order those seats, did you?
I didn't know.
And when you went back, you told Fotis that you couldn't find any, right?
Correct.
And he seemed angry, that, or at least disappointed. You tell me, was he angry about that?
Yes.
Did he yell at you?
Not into, he wasn't raising his voice until the minute when I told him that I'm not gonna do it.
Okay, that didn't come yet. I'm trying to go in order here, right? He
Correct.
was annoyed that you couldn't find any, right?
Correct.
So he was asking you to try elsewhere, try something else, right?
Correct.
Now, he also said to you when when he told you to go look for seats, he said, let's not call them seats. That's what you testified, right?
Correct.
Said to call them hardware.
Correct.
Didn't that strike you as strange?
It did.
But again, you still didn't suspect that this had anything to do with Jennifer Doulos, did you?
I was suspicious about it. I was just, it just wasn't fitting in my head that he would be capable of doing such thing.
So it didn't raise any red flags when you went and actually looked for seats, right?
It did raise red flags. I was analyzing him on that Friday. And it just didn't make sense for me.
But you still went and looked at least 2 different locations, right?
Correct.
And you did confront him and ask him, why am I doing this? You wanted an answer from him, right?
Correct.
This was Friday afternoon, right?
Correct.
And he had told you that a few weeks earlier, on Mother's Day, he had either picked up the cat or hugged Jennifer, and some hair may have gotten on him and gotten on the car, on his clothes and on the Tacoma, right?
Correct.
You found that acceptable at that moment, didn't you?
For cleaning the car, yes. not for replacing the seats.
No, but for cleaning it, right?
Correct.
So that Friday, you did remove the seats from the Cayenne, right?
Correct.
You had indicated, I think, that it was difficult to move the seats because the battery was dead. So you first had to go and get a car charger to put enough battery power back in the Porsche Cayenne so you could move the seat back, right?
Correct.
Because the seats were all forward and you couldn't even reach the bolts to take them out, right?
Correct.
You were in the Jeep Cherokee at that point, correct?
Correct.
So when I asked you before about when you went down to New Canaan, you always drove the Raptor. This day you took the Cherokee, correct?
Just object, Judge mischaracterizes the testimony.
Well, again, this is what the court had discussed earlier. Right now, the court just hears a reiteration of the direct. But the reiteration of the direct is not cross-examination. The court is giving counsel some leeway, but after a certain number of reiterations, there has to be a question that's going to be relevant to the defense, not simply reiteration of direct. The court will allow it a little longer.
That day you had taken the Jeep Cherokee to New Canaan, correct?
That Friday, when I was replacing the seats. Yes,
That day. You had it all day, the Jeep, right?
yes.
Okay. You had those Cayenne seats in the back of the Jeep at the moment you were on 4 Jefferson Crossing when the police were there, right?
Correct.
So you changed the seats in your Tacoma after you had had the encounter with the police, isn't that right?
Correct.
Over the weekend?
I believe that was the same Friday.
That night after you got home?
Correct.
You did it in your driveway in Simsbury?
In my garage in Simsbury, yes.
In your garage, so you had the Tacoma in the garage?
Yes,
And you had the Jeep parked in the driveway behind the garage or in front of the garage?
or on the street, yes.
Okay. When you changed the seats, who was home at your house at that time?
I believe my wife and my kids.
Your mother doesn't live with you in Simsbury, does she? Or brothers and sisters of you?
No.
Were you made aware that one of your hairs or some DNA from one of your hairs was found on a sponge in a garbage bag found on Albany Avenue? Were you told that?
No.
At any time?
No.
Nobody even asked you about that?
I believe the prosecutors asked me if I had any, if I remember correctly, green and yellow sponges in my truck.
Did you?
No.
By the way, I showed you pictures of the extraction, the Craigslist search of Tacomas. We saw them earlier today, right?
Correct.
That Sunday after the disappearance, you were also searching for flights to Krakow, Poland, weren't you?
Correct.
By the way, you were questioned about how it was that your searches were all deleted off of your phone. Remember being asked that?
Correct.
At the time, you had no explanation for that, correct?
Well, I'm going to object, Your Honor.
Well, the witness can respond in any way in which the witness chooses to respond. So the question is, you had no explanation for the deletions. And what's the objection?
So my objection is that it's a vague question. What is counsel referring to? Is he referring to the testimony? Is he referring to the?
Well,
police
this is what
interview?
the witness can ask.
Can you
So if the
repeat?
witness does not understand the question, the witness can say, doesn't understand the question.
Can you repeat the question?
Do you understand my question, or do you need me to
Can you-
rephrase it?
Can you repeat it?
Sure. The police told you that when they took your phone, they analyzed your phone on Sunday, May 26th, your searches had been deleted for a period of time. Do you remember them asking you that?
Yes.
And you told them you have no idea how that happened, correct?
Correct.
And the whole time that you were doing searches for new used Toyotas and flights to Poland and news about the disappearance of Jennifer Doulos, you still did not believe that Fotis Doulos had anything to do with it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, you didn't even think he was the kind of guy who would do that. Isn't that right?
Correct. Correct.
So before you gave a written statement, the police gave you a choice, didn't they?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This
That's
is very,
vague.
Vague. All
very
right,
vague question.
I'll rephrase. The police basically told you to, quote, pick a team, unquote, didn't they?
They said something like that during that interview.
They said either that you were oblivious and didn't know what was going on, or you could help them prosecute Doulos, correct?
They were asking me to tell them, sure, tell them what I know.
And isn't that when they also said, we'd hate to see this screw up your citizenship effort?
Possible.
You were asked questions yesterday about conversations with Mr. Zeisler. Do you remember those questions about whether a light could be a camera or an installation of things that looked like lights but were actually cameras, something along those lines? Do you remember that questions?
Correct.
Do you remember that the police asked you whether, you brought that up to the police, didn't you?
Correct.
And that was after they said, look, is there anything in hindsight that seemed normal at the time, but maybe in hindsight looks suspicious? And that's when you mentioned the questions about it at that point, right? About Mr. Zeisler and the conversation about the cameras, right?
Yes, I believe I spoke to one of the investigators prior to my interview about that.
But it came up where they were asking you to look back and see, was there anything else that didn't seem suspicious at the time that maybe now does? Do you remember that's where you thought back and you said, that seems suspicious now, right?
Correct.
Now, you also brought up, without even a question, that you had taken off the license plate for the Raptor. Do you remember telling the police that on July 12th?
Yes,
You said that you removed the bolts from the Raptor's, from the license plate, from the bumper.
Judge, I'm just going to object to the form of the question.
The court understood the question to be, did you tell the police you took or at least a marker plate off of the Raptor? That's how the court understood the question. Is that the question?
Yes.
And what is the objection?
My objection is to the form of the question, Judge. He keeps referring back to the previous statement. He needs to pose questions to the witness. Did you do this? Did you do that? As opposed to referencing a previous statement, which is not being used for impeachment purposes. So my objection is technical in nature, but I think these questions are all improper.
Well, the question is, did you tell the police you took the marker plate off of the Raptor? Whenever that occurred is apparently not germane to the question. That can be followed up.
I'll rephrase the question. You did remove the Raptor license plate prior to being interviewed by the police, correct?
correct.
And then you told them about it.
Correct.
I just have a few more questions, sir. You had mentioned on direct exam that you recall that Mr. Doulos had this antique bicycle, correct?
Correct.
It was a road bike with the skinny tires, right?
Like a racing bike, yes.
Yeah, so a racing bike with the, what they call ram's horn type, so you could lean forward and go pretty fast, right?
Correct.
But it was kind of in bad shape, wasn't it?
I wouldn't say it was bad shape. It was in good shape. It was old bicycle.
It's a very old bicycle, right? In fact, hadn't you had to even fix it at one point? He asked you to repair the tires or something?
Correct.
You said that you thought it was, at the time, didn't you say that it was just some kind of European model?
Doulos told me that that was a French bicycle.
Okay. But that's all you knew about it at the time.
Yes.
And just have a moment. By the way, you were showing a picture of the garage at 4 Jefferson Crossing, I think, either this morning, I think. Right?
Correct.
There were a lot of bicycles in that garage, weren't there?
Correct.
No further questions.
Read the rest.
Mr. Committee, you were asked on cross-examination about your dirt bike. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Who did that dirt bike belong to when you purchased it?
Michelle Troconis.
And can you just explain to the jury the arrangements that you made to purchase the dirt bike?
I believe Fotis Dulas either texted me or called me that he was purchasing Yamaha dirt bike, a smaller dirt bike for Michelle. And he told me that they're giving him like $1,800 for trade-in. And he told me, I'd rather sell it to you for $1,800 so you can ride with us than just leave it at the dealership. And he asked me if I was interested to purchase it from him. And I told him if I can negotiate with him a little bit, and I believe I negotiated to like $1,500. And I paid him the money. And I spoke with Michelle, and she had I believe, loan on the bike in Florida, so she didn't have a physical title of it. And at some point later on, I asked her if she paid off the loan and can I have the title? And Michelle, I can't remember if that was either text or in person, told me that that she has the bike was paid off, she has the title, but it's electronically.
And you paid Mr. Dulos, is that correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Schoenhorn brought up on cross-examination, you had to meet him and give the dirt bike back. Is that correct?
I received a call from Farmington Police, and I forwarded that phone call to Mr. Urso.
Right, because the defendant was claiming that she never sold you the bike, correct?
Correct.
I want to just play a clip from the defendant's interview, if I could. This is interview 1.
Well, I'm going to object to this being played to this witness. If this witness hasn't seen it, then it's not proper to be shown to this witness.
That's interesting, Judge, because earlier today, Mr. Schoenhorn showed an exhibit to this witness that he hadn't seen. This is a full exhibit. I'd like to publish it to the jury.
Well,
It's not a
what-
question.
well, the court understands the offer to be of a segment of an interview, correct?
That's correct, sir.
So, of course, now the code is written before the development of the technology that we have today. So.
If I may
according to the-
proffer, Your Honor?
Well, according to the code, you have to disclose to the witness what the inconsistent statement was,
So
if
Judge,
there is an inconsistent statement.
yes, sir. This is the defendant's statement, which has already been admitted into evidence. My issue, Your Honor, that I'm taking is the suggestion on cross-examination. I believe the specific question was posed to Mr. Gumini. That was never your bike, suggesting that Michelle Troconis hadn't sold it to him. I'd like to play a clip that's already been admitted into evidence, and then I'd like to ask some questions about it.
So this is an interview with the defendant.
That's correct, sir.
Your Honor, I was not permitted, the state objected to showing even a clip from Mr. Gumieni's interview with the police. So there isn't a question. He would have to lay a foundation that this witness was aware of that, because otherwise, what's he going to do? Have this witness characterize what someone else said, which would clearly be improper.
Judge, that's apples and oranges. Number one, the clip that Mr. Schoenhorn wanted to play wasn't in evidence. This is. That's point number one. Point number two, I didn't actually object to the clip being played. What I said was I'd like the opportunity to inspect it. And then he looked for it and looked for it and looked for it and then said he was going to move on. So he misstates the record.
Because the testimony is essentially controverted, that was brought out on cross, that as the court understood the testimony or the cross, that the bike was really never sold, no title passed.
Well, I never said that it wasn't sold. I said that it wasn't paid for and the title wasn't transferred. I never said that it wasn't sold. That's a misstatement of the record.
He said it was never really your bike, I believe, and I'd like to play a clip.
So the court is going to overrule the objection.
And just for the record, this is the defendant's first interview. We get our sound working. Beginning at 15:34:07.
Pavel was coming in his motor. He left his motorcycle.
Okay.
Well, it's funny because that motor used to be mine and I sold it to him. a while ago.
You want that? I'm just
No,
kidding.
no.
Alright. Okay, that's very
And
good.
then I was
So the defendant sold you that bike, correct?
Correct.
And then she claimed to the police later that she had.
Objection, leading and misstates the record.
Well, first, would this witness know what she claimed to the police? So the court would understand the objection to be foundation. How would he know what came to the police?
May I have this marked for identification, Judge?
Well, you can respond to the objection.
I have a voicemail here from the Farmington Police Department that was left from Mr. Dominic, which I just got last night. I wasn't expecting to have to use it, but I guess we're going to.
Well, first, wouldn't it be easier to just ask him about the voicemail?
I don't know whose voicemail is it?
I just gave
Well,
Mr. Schoenhorn a copy, so if he wants a break to listen to it, that's fine, but
You wish to have a brief break, counsel, to hear the voicemail?
Your Honor, I'd like to at least listen to this voicemail, I don't know what it entails and whose voice it is.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will take a 5-minute recess. Please do not.
Troconis and that she wants it back. And so the purpose of this offer, Judge, is to put into context fully what happened here, because I think that the cross-examination left the false impression that Mr. Gumini was somehow in possession of this dirt bike illegally, somehow that he was lying about having purchased it from Michelle. And so, and Mr. Schoenhorn completely skipped over the fact that the defendant actually had called the police and basically strong-armed him into giving the bicycle, into giving the dirt bike back. So it's offered to basically rebut the suggestions that were left for the jury on cross-examination at this point.
There are still rules of evidence. This is a hearsay statement, first of all, by someone representing to be a police officer, making hearsay statements. It's not authenticated. And even if it was, the idea that hearsay can be put in to rebut an assumption, the testimony, if the court wants to go back and look at it, is that my client was never paid. She didn't say she didn't sell it. She was not paid. And if the only way to rebut this, prove it, put on a receipt or proof that a payment was made, but to suggest that a police officer's voicemail that apparently calling Mr. Gugliani, asking that he return the motorcycle, doesn't come, there's no exception for wanting to fill in the details. There was cross-examination, there were admissions made, there's proper ways to do this. He can ask the witness why he gave it back if there's no other reason, but to suggest that hearsay can replace that there's no rule of evidence that would permit that.
Well, here's the court's view.
And it's collateral.
Here's the court's view. A sale involves, this takes all of us back to year 1 in law school. Offer, acceptance, and consideration. If the claim is, as counsel states, that is, Michelle Troconis sold it that means there's been an offer, acceptance, and consideration. But then to state that she was not paid, then that would not be a sale. There's no consideration. So what the court hears is basically a hearsay within hearsay offer. So the court has to determine whether each component of that offer would be admissible. So the first component is really the officer saying, Michelle Troconis told us that she wants the bike back. The statement is being offered against the party's own statement. That's an exception. The second hearsay component is what the officer says. The officer says Michelle Troconis wants the bike back. So if the claim is then, well, the officer's statement is hearsay, under what exception does that fall? Or is it not hearsay? Is it offered for the truth? It's offered for what he was told. So it's not offered for the truth. So the court is going to allow it.
The court hasn't heard it. There's more to it than what was just represented.
Well, the court thought it was just that statement that was being offered. Michelle Troconis says she wants the bike back. That's what the court thought the offer was.
That is, and then he says that he would prefer that this be handled civilly, and can you give me a call? I mean, that's the.
Well, that's the witness's statement.
No, that's what's on the voicemail.
So the whole statement is what?
The entire voicemail is approximately a minute long, Your Honor. I can play it for the court if you'd like.
Yes. So this is a voicemail, not a recording of the conversation
That's correct.
between the officer and Mr. Gumieni.
It's, if I may, I'm the one making the offer. It is a voicemail left by the Farmington police officer, Ruggiero, for Mr. Gumieni.
From the police stuff, not from Mr. Gumieni's system.
Court understands.
Well, this is Officer Rivera from the police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of, that belongs to Michelle Troconis. Basically, she just wants it back. Just trying to make arrangements so we can do this civilly. If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero, Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
Well, again, based on what the court just heard, the court has not changed its analysis. It's a hearsay statement within a hearsay statement. Both of those statements can land on an exception and the court will allow it.
May I just have it marked, Judge?
Yes.
This is 128 for ID. I move it in. Well, I'll move it in front of the jury.
You can bring the jury in. The counsel stipulate.
Yes, Judge.
Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Gumieni, before we took the recess, you had indicated that the Farmington Police had contacted you. Is that correct?
Correct.
And they contacted you because the defendant was claiming you had never bought the dirt bike, correct?
Objection, first of all, mischaracterization and leading.
Well, overruled.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Judge, I formally move exhibit 128 in. May I publish?
Well, court has already indicated that it would be allowed.
Yes, Judge.
128 admitted as full.
That call to police. I'm calling in regards to a motorcycle that you're in possession of that belongs to Michelle Troconis. Basically, she just wants it back. I was trying to make arrangements so we can do this civilly. If you can give me a call back, I'd appreciate it. 860-675-2400, 860-675-2400. Once again, Officer Ruggiero, Farmington Police Department. Thank you.
Mr. Gimini, did you receive that voicemail?
Yes,
You were not asked about the Farmington Police Department on cross-examination, were you?
no,
And you did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
Objection, leading.
Well, the form of the question is leading, but it's working no surprise on the defense, because that is the subject of this whole inquiry, so overruled.
Do you remember the question?
No.
Neither do I. You did in fact purchase this dirt bike, correct?
correct.
But after the police were called, what did you do?
I forwarded the voicemail to my attorney.
And at some point, did you return the dirt bike?
Yes,
And that's when you met up with Mr. Schoenborn, correct?
correct.
You were asked on cross-examination about the defendant taking the keys out of your Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
I want to, you were asked whether or not you thought perhaps the defendant had taken the key because it was left in, I don't remember the exact question, but basically because it was left out in the open or something to that effect.
yes.
I want to direct your attention now to that conversation that you had with Mr. Doulos and the defendant on Tuesday, May 28th. The topic of the keys came up, didn't it?
Yes.
And can you just tell the jury how it came up and what Mr. Doulos said to you?
So Mr. Duros was asking me, how did I come back from New Canaan and how we met at 80 Mountain Spring Road. And I told him that we drove back to Fort Jefferson to leave one of the vehicles, and we came back to basically so I could get my Tacoma back. And then and we had to, the Mr. Doulos had to call Troconis to get the key because there was no key in my door. And then Doulos said that not to mention that, to keep Michelle out of it.
Did you find that strange if she was just trying to be helpful?
I'm going to object to the characterization.
I'll withdraw the question. Incidentally, you were asked on cross-examination about researching flights to Poland. You're from Poland, correct?
Correct.
And who were you researching flights for?
For my kids and my wife.
When were you hoping they would go to Poland?
Me?
Well, when were you researching flights for them? Was it for summertime?
Yes, for summertime.
And had they gone to Poland before?
Yes.
Did you ever get on a flight to Poland in May of 2019?
No.
You showed up at work on Tuesday, the 28th, correct?
Correct.
You were asked on cross-examination whether or not you thought the defendant was joking when she said that Jennifer, that bitch should be buried next to the dog, correct?
Correct.
You wouldn't call that a joke, would you?
I would not.
You were asked on cross-examination about your Tacoma malfunctioning when it would start. Do you recall those questions?
Yes, I do.
Just to be very clear for the jury, your Tacoma did not always malfunction when you would start it, correct?
Correct.
In fact, it would only happen about once a month.
Judge, this is all leading, and is that what the witness said?
Well, the form of the questions are leading.
How often would it happen?
Well, once a month.
You were asked on cross-examination about returning from 80 Mountain Spring Road with Mr. Doulos, Stefan Reich at 4 Jefferson Crossing. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And he indicates to you that he was there for dinner, I believe he testified to on cross-examination.
correct.
Were you invited for dinner?
I believe somebody asked me if I want to stay, and I refused.
And when was the last time you saw Mr. Doulos in person?
The last time I spoke with him in person was Friday, week after Jennifer's disappearance.
That's May 31st.
Correct.
I wanted to just display a defense exhibit if I could. Perhaps Mr. Schoenhorn can refresh my memory. What exhibit is this with the extraction?
Z or W? I may just.
Yeah.
Yankee. All right. This is defense exhibit Y. And I'm just going to ask Mr. Dominique, can you see that picture?
Yes,
You were asked on cross-examination about this photograph. Do you recall those questions?
no,
Do you recall being asked about the oil can that you had brought with you?
yes.
And can you just remind the jury why you brought the oil?
Because the truck was leaking oil.
Was that your only vehicle at the time?
Was
Besides your wife's vehicle, was that your only personal vehicle at the time?
Yes,
And did you need it back?
yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about the Chinese restaurant. Do you recall that?
Yes.
So I just want to be clear for the jury. Do you have a specific recollection as to what day you went to the Chinese restaurant?
No,
but you're indicating it could have been May 24th?
yes.
You were asked on cross-examination about whether or not you had been in the market for a new Tacoma. Do you recall those questions?
Yes,
How long had you been looking to possibly sell your Tacoma?
about a year.
And when did you tell Mr. Doulos that you were thinking about selling your Tacoma?
About that time.
And if I recall your testimony correctly, you've been working at 61 Sturbridge for approximately 1 year, is that correct?
Correct.
So you've been leaving your Tacoma at Fort Jefferson Crossing for approximately 1 year and using work vehicles to get to New Canaan, correct?
Prior to 61 Sturbridge, I was working on 175. There was a project in Darien. When I was working on that project, I was driving company vehicles too.
But just to be clear, and then I'll ask another question. You told Mr. Doulos about a year prior to May 24th, 2019, that you were thinking about selling your vehicle, correct?
Correct.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever wash your car?
He did not.
And then for that entire year that went by, did he ever detail your car?
He did not.
But the week after Jennifer Doulos disappeared, he washed it
Yes,
and he detailed it.
yes.
Just going back to the defendant taking your keys for a moment. You did not know that she was going to take your keys, correct?
I did not.
And what did the defendant tell you she was going to do?
Wait.
Strike that. When you were about to leave 80 Mountain Road, the defendant told you where she was going to go, correct?
I remember she said something about rugs or carpets, that she's going to meet with somebody or,
And the conversation in which she said this, you had asked Mr. Doulos to give you a ride back to 80 Mountain to get your vehicle, correct?
correct.
Did the defendant ever call you and tell you she had your keys?
No,
She had your phone number though, didn't she?
yes.
If I could just have a moment, Judge. You were asked on cross-examination about removing the Raptor plate. Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
I don't think you were asked the reason why you removed the Raptor plate. Would you tell the jury?
Mr. Doulos bumped into something with his Raptor and he asked me to straighten up the bumper.
And did you do that?
Yes,
And then did you put the plate back on?
yes.
If I could just have another moment, Judge?
Yes.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Mr. Gumieni, the keys were sticking out of the door of your vehicle as you were about to leave, correct?
Of the passenger side of my door, yes.
You saw it though, right?
Can you?
You saw the keys sticking out of the door, right?
Yes.
There was nothing that would have prevented you from just taking them with you, was there?
I was looking on it and I figured I'll be back here in 5-10 minutes, so I didn't bother taking it out.
My question is, there was nothing that prevented you from taking them right then and there, right?
Right.
And you told the police that you thought that Michelle took the keys so they wouldn't be just dangling from a car when no one else was there, right?
Right.
I just want to ask you a couple of questions about the motorcycle. You said that you paid Mr. Doulos money for that, for Michelle's motorcycle, correct?
Correct.
But you knew it was, a title was in her name, right?
Right.
You don't have any receipt or document that proves that you paid anything for that motorcycle, do you?
There might be some text messages between me, Fotis Duros, and me and Michelle. I just,
What do you mean there might be? Have you produced them?
no,
Did the state give you copies of what they found on your phone?
No.
And there was no reference that they gave you that, aha, we have a copy of a receipt, did they?
no.
No further questions.
Sorry, the defendant said she sold you the motorcycle, right?
Yes.
Thanks. Nothing further.
You may step down.
Thank you. That concludes our presentation for today, Judge.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, again, thank you for your attention today. We'll begin, well, shall we begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock?
Yes, Your Honor.
We begin tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Please do not discuss the case or follow media reports about the case. Have a good evening.
Thanks for watching with me, everyone. Don't forget to hit that thumbs up, share, and subscribe. I will be back at 3:15 with the Cyber Sleuth, the Idaho murders. I will see you then. Thanks, guys.